हम ही तो हैं जो भरते हैं इन डिब्बों में देश का इतिहास। हर घर पहुंचाते अपनी कला से खुशियों का एहसास। हम ही तो हैं देश के कार्य।
presenting the Amazon Smbhav Symphony, curated by Tushar Lal and the Indian Jam Project.
लाइट फीड पे आईएसएल 1 की जगह आईएसएल की जगह ऐसे बनना चाहिए वो भाई वो ऐसा का फीचर नहीं है उसको भागना नहीं है स्लो वही भागना नहीं है चलते जाओ आए दो देना गोली खाए चलो मतलब है सब कुछ
Team, gerita, 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 team, ta ta, gerita, gerita, team, ta dinna, gerita, gerita, team, ta ta, gerita, team, tada kadin, team, tada kadin, team, tada kadin, team, ta tada kadin, team, tada kadin, team, tada kadin, team, tada kadin, team. Tadakadina team, tadakadina team, tadakadina team, tadakadina team.
Sure. Playing the Smbhav tune in 3, 2, 1.
truly fantastic start to the summit. Hello, everyone. I'm Vikram Chandra, and it's my very great pleasure to host this year's edition of Amazon Smbhav 2023. On behalf of the entire team, a warm welcome to everyone here and to the thousands of participants watching the live stream of the summit. Now, today promises to be an action-packed day. A day of learning, a day of collaboration, and a day of inspiration. Throughout the day, we will explore diverse topics, engage in insightful discussions, and forge new connections. There will be keynotes from visionary leaders, thought-provoking dialogues, and deep dives into emerging trends. We also have a showcase of interesting breakthroughs in innovation and technology. Do remember to check that out. And it's a great time to be having these conversations. The name Smbhav means possible, and the world around is buzzing with unbelievable possibilities. All we have to do is unshackle our imagination and learn to dream. Look, 3 decades ago, when India was pledging its gold reserves and then launching its economic reforms, would you have thought it possible that India would be the 5th largest economy in the world, soon heading for number 3? Would you have thought it possible that India would create and set up a digital stack and a digital infrastructure that would be an inspiration to the world? Would you have thought it possible that India would, quite literally, be on the moon? 10 years ago, when Amazon came to this country, would you have thought it possible that in just a few short years, millions and millions of Indians would come to view it as India ka Amazon? Here, I'm going to give you my personal example. I set up my own digital company 5 years ago. I didn't have to think about infrastructure or hosting or streaming or any technology. Amazon's AWS did it all for me and has ever since. For me, shopping means the Amazon app. That's it. And in 2019 at the general election, I had an absolutely fantastic co-anchor. Alexa, yes, it's a true story. Alexa co-anchored the entire show with me. Who would have thought that this was possible? Who would have thought that this was Smbhav? And we are only scratching the surface of what is possible. India is poised for one of the most dramatic periods of transformation ever. What we're also going to see, and what will also happen, is an acceleration of the technological revolution that we are seeing. What is possible with technologies like AI and India's digital stack can only just be imagined. It is all possible. We have to make it probable. And then we have to make it certain. And that brings me back to this Smbhav event. Since the inaugural edition in 2020, Smbhav has evolved into a marquee industry event to ideate, to inspire, and to unleash the true potential of a digital India in the 21st century. The first 3 editions, by the way, were attended by more than 180,000 people. The key pillars of Smbhav: digitizing small businesses, which are the backbone of our economy, exports and startup enablement, the key drivers for economic growth and self-reliance, and innovations and financial inclusions to solve real India challenges and improve the quality of life. Now, we're going to hear a lot more about all of these themes during the day. But let's remember one thing before I go. Among the thousands of languages spoken across India, our nation has found itself a new language. It's a language that is spoken more widely than ever before, a language that India is proud of: progress. In its 10 years in India, Amazon has become a household name not just for millions of customers, but also for sellers, communities, and ecosystem partners. And that's why this year's theme for Smbhav is based on how India and Amazon can work together to really unleash progress in every sense of the word. The theme, India ka Amazon, 10 saal pragati ke naam. And with this spirit in mind, let me call upon a leader whose journey with Amazon India inspires us all. Please welcome Mr. Manish Tiwari, the Country Manager, India Consumer Business, to tell us more about Amazon's journey through these years.
Yeah, I'm good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Amazon Smbhav 2023. It really feels good to be back amongst a room full of people for this edition of Smbhav. The last two editions were virtual ones, so it's really good to be back. As we start this day, which will see senior policymakers, industry leaders, and young entrepreneurs having insightful discussions on what is and how can we help India realize its potential in the 21st century. It would also be good to reflect on what has brought us here till now. If we look at the last 10 years, this country has seen a massive transformation. The Indian economy has grown from $2 trillion to $3.75 trillion. Internet access has grown manyfold, from 3G to 4G, and now India is among the leading countries as it adopts 5G technology. With over 90 billion annual payment transactions on UPI, India now accounts for more than 50% of global instant payment transactions. Our Honorable Finance Minister has already announced that India will be launching the central bank digital currency, the e-rupee as it is called. Our nation's entrepreneurial spirit has soared with startups at every corner from the country coming up. And already, India is the third largest ecosystem for startups in the world. There's been a very deep integration of technology in the world around us, and it's happened across areas, spurring innovations in retail, entertainment, logistics, health startups, and many more. And all of this has provided us at Amazon an opportunity to be a part of India's growth story. We've done this by digitally enabling startups and small businesses and serving crores and crores of customers across the country. Our focus has been on creating an Amazon that is made for India, by India, and in India. Truly, the last 10 years have been Pragati ke 10 saal. Let me tell you something which happened very recently, a month back. I was on the Chambal River, which is right between Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, with a friend who is into nature photography. And we were on a boat on the river, and my friend jokingly told the person sort of driving the boat, that I work with Amazon. And this person responded immediately. And he said, "Wah, sir, मैं और मेरे परिवार भी Amazon में shopping करते हैं. घर का सामान और gifts भी." And that is when it really struck me about the last 10 years. You know, this conversation reflects the real essence of our 10-year journey in India. Back in 2013, we started our e-commerce business with hardly 100 sellers and largely selling books, and we used to deliver in a couple of cities. What has followed after that is a relentless pursuit of making Amazon.in India's most trusted online shopping. And this has happened with 12 lakh sellers joining and offering by far the largest selection for Indian customers and delivering them across every pin code in this country. Our approach, right from day one, has been to digitize businesses of all sizes and to use technology to remove the inefficiencies and then unlock value for all our crores and crores of customers. However, this approach needed learning, adapting, and innovating for India every day. 10 years ago, if you think about it, customer trust and familiarity with online shopping wasn't what it is today. Even sellers, and I know there are a lot of them in this room today, even sellers weren't exactly queuing up to join online businesses. And at Amazon, we knew that we had to give customers an experience that would convince them to shop online And therefore, over the last 10 years, we've introduced a number of customer-focused innovations. Today, some of them are industry standards. Just think about easy returns and refunds, which is what Amazon introduced, and now it is an industry standard for online shopping. An India-specific mobile app, which would work on any mobile, including the low-cost mobile, and would work on very, very patchy networks. The convenience of shopping, not only in English, Hindi, Marathi, Tamil, the convenience of voice shopping, the convenience of shopping on Amazon Live, and so many more features to convince customers to come online and start shopping. In parallel, while we were doing all this, our colleagues in the logistics and supply chain network ensured that they created an infrastructure by which today our sellers have access to customers in every serviceable PIN code in this country. I still remember we rolled out something called an Amazon Chai Cart, and they used to navigate India's narrow streets, and it would allow our sales teams to speak to small sellers, startups, over the benefits about bringing their business online. And all of this over a cup of chai. These colorful chai carts actually traveled more than 15,000 kilometers across the country, met with 10,000 plus sellers, and exchanged notes on how to make a successful online business. As we ramped up in India, we realized that it's not every day that you get a chance to work at this perfect intersection that is great for customers, great for business, and most importantly, great for the country. Therefore, we decided and we pledged to digitize 1 crore small businesses across the country, enable $20 billion of cumulative exports, and create 20 lakh jobs in India by 2025. Today, I want to take this chance and opportunity to share with you the good news is we are on track on all of them. We've already digitized over 62 lakh small businesses, up from 40 lakh last year. Through our global selling program, we have enabled nearly $8 billion in cumulative exports. And importantly, it took us close to 5 years for the first 5 billion. And then the next 3 billion will happen in less than 18 months. On the job front, we've cumulatively created over 13 lakh direct and indirect jobs across industries in IT, e-commerce, logistics, manufacturing, content creation, skill development. And out of these, 140,000 have happened in the last 1 year. Now, these are some numbers. However, numbers at times are not enough to bring alive the power of what technology and digitization is doing for small businesses across the country. So let's hear it from someone who has leveraged technology to create a very, very strong business for himself and his family. Can we just have the video, please?
Myself, Rajan Goyal. I'm the founder of Desi Diya. I was born in Tohana, Haryana, which is a very small town. Majorly people are doing farming there.
मेरा नाम दर्शन कुमार गोयल है। हमारे बुजुर्ग यहाँ से 1947 में टोहाना में आए हुए थे। खेती करने के बाद फिर लाइट फिटिंग का काम, मोटरों का, समरसीबल का काम, ऐसे हमने गोयल ट्रेडर के नाम से दुकान की। मेरा छोटा लड़का राजन कभी कभी बचपन में मेरे साथ दुकान में भी छुट्टियों में हेल्प करवाते थे।
My father is already in the lighting business, so I got the idea why can't I just start selling those products on the Amazon, and created my Amazon seller account and listed some of the products on the Amazon, which gave me kind of confidence that you can build a business on Amazon as a seller. So I understand the business from my father and know what are the market gaps. People in India love festivals. so they want to celebrate with the lights. I came to realize that most of the products are made in China, so we try to create a good quality product at an affordable price in India. Last year was a very great for us. If you look at the absolute terms, the number is like more than 1 CR on a single day, and which is very motivating for us. This enabled my family business, which was served only few thousand people in Tohana, now will be served 2 crores of customers in India.
You know, these are stories like this which make it so exciting for all of us to work together. There's one line I still remember: we love festivals in India. And the good news is the biggest festival is around the corner. It's been quite a journey. You know, and one of the things we really love is that now Amazon has become a part of daily life in India in more ways than one. Prime Video is taking blockbuster entertainment in 10 plus languages to viewers across the country. 60 plus Indian originals have been produced and aired by Prime Video. And some of them are the blockbusters like Farzi, Family Man, Mirzapur, Inside Edge, and so many others. If you look at payments, Amazon Pay is simplifying digital payments at a scale of with over 8 million people using the Amazon Pay UPI and more than 5 million small businesses using Amazon payments. AWS continues to support India's rapid digital transformation, and they've announced that they will be investing $12.7 billion by 2030, which will contribute an estimated $23.3 billion to India's total GDP, and also result in creating an estimated 130,000 jobs for Indian businesses every year. We had announced an Amazon Smbhav venture fund. This fund continues to empower Indian startups to grow, innovate, and we've already invested in various companies like Fresh to Home, Hopscotch, Cashify, M1 Exchange. And this is now helping these companies compete, leveraging technology in India and globally. Alexa has now become a part of hundreds and thousands of Indian households. And besides that, she's also helping more than 2 lakh children across 2,000 schools in rural and semi-urban India learn. Recently, the Amazon CEO, Andy Jassy, met with our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and announced that Amazon will be investing an additional $15 billion in India across all our businesses by 2030. These investments will be used to digitize small businesses and startups, create jobs, enable exports, and empower individuals and small businesses to compete globally. As Amazon Smbhav 2023 is underway, I would like to reiterate, Amazon's commitment to India is stronger than ever. We are truly excited by what lies ahead of us in India. The team at Smbhav has planned an exciting day with conversations and perspectives on how all of us together can contribute to India's progress in the 21st century. And seeing all of you in the room, I am convinced that together, anything is possible. Sab Sambhav hai. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
ख्वाब के लाखों परचे अपनी झोली में भर के करने चला ये तय नई सड़कें। प्रगति है जिसमें उस सौंधी सी मिट्टी में बोए इसने पौधे सफर के। आईटी की ताकत साथ में ले आया और दुगना भरोसा कमाया। पेड़ बना ये पौधा सर चूमा आसमां का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। पहुंचा जहां जहां भी वहां वहां सजाती है त्योहार वाली लड़ी। ऐसा हुआ ये अपना, संभव हुआ हर सपना, दिल इसने बटोरे कई। अब मिट्टी से इसका नाता जैसे बाती और दिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। फिल्मों का जादू छोटे पर्दे पे ले आया और आंखों में सबकी समाया। हर ख्वाहिश हर फरमाइश ये सबके दरवाजे पे अब अगले ही दिन है ले आया। वादों का है पक्का पक्का अपनी जुबां का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। कितने काबिल कारीगर हाथों ने इसको थामा, जिनके रग रग में बहता है जादू कोई पुराना। सक्षम और साहसी नारी भी बन गई सहेली, बरकत वाली ताकत रखती है जिनकी हथेली। इनकी आवाजों को मंच दिया दुनिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। रहते रहते सीख गया ये इस मिट्टी की बोली, लहजे में नए रंग लाया।
What happened in 2018?
2018 में Amazon.in हिंदी में आने लगा।
में ले आया तड़का एक नई जुबा का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। हरी भरी सी ताजगी हर थाली में पहुंचाई, हर चीज काम की अब फौरन है आई। रेल बना जो साथी तो खूब जमी ये जोड़ी, रफ्तार और कदमों ने पाई। सबके लिए ले आया सामान हर सुविधा का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। नन्हे कदमों से चलकर जो बड़े रास्तों पर है, जो झीले से ये साथी बड़े निडर हैं। विश्वास मिला है इनका अब आसमान छू लेंगे, हम तारों के आगे चलेंगे। पूरा किया हर वादा, दुगना है अब इरादा, दुगना हुआ है हमको यकीन। अब साथ है हवा भी, जाएंगे हम जहाँ भी, छलांगे लगाए नहीं। 10 सालों का साथ नहीं ये रिश्ता है सदा का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का।
Right, Manish, thanks so much. It was great listening to you and really aligning us and reflecting on the success that lies ahead for Amazon. To add to the success Amazon has already had, your words clearly were resonating with the true spirit of progress. Right, let's now move on, continue the momentum with our first discussion for the day. I'm delighted to be moderating this special panel discussion where we reflect on a decade of transformation for Amazon in India and talk about its journey and its commitment to supercharge the Indian economy. We have two exceptional leaders with us now who have played a pivotal role in shaping Amazon's success story in India. Let me first invite a 25-year-old Amazon veteran. In his current role, he leads international consumer businesses for Amazon across Europe, UK, Japan, India, China, Brazil, Mexico, Turkey, the Middle East, and Australia. He also oversees consumer payment, Prime, books, consumer marketing, and engagement, and Amazon Business. Please do welcome Mr. Russell Grandinetti, the Senior Vice President, International Consumer Business. Great to have you, Russ. And let me now invite the man who's known for his customer obsession and outstanding business development skills, transforming the online business trends in India. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Amit Agarwal, SVP, Emerging Markets. Great to talk to you, Amit. Please grab a seat. Well, thank you both so much for joining us and looking forward to what you have to say on the path ahead. But Russ, if I could just start with you. I understand it's not your first time to India.
No.
How's Delhi looking to you?
It is a great pleasure to be here. I really just want to say thank you to everybody who's made the time to join the conference here. We're all very excited to be back doing it in person. So to be here in person and get the chance to see this group, to feel the energy is great. But you're right, I have been coming to India for a long time. In fact, I can say in my job at Amazon, I've been coming here longer even than Amazon India has been around. Some of you may know that India has played a very important role in the company's history well beyond the consumer business that we have here. I've been doing this job since 2016, but before that I led Kindle for many years. And the team, I would come in Chennai, and in fact, we grew a team very quickly there that was absolutely the engine of many of the technical innovations of the Kindle business we brought around the world. So I first got to see the energy and the hustle and the innovation in all the best senses from our team there, and now I have the pleasure of coming to see Amit's team in Bangalore and in Hyderabad and other parts of the country, and it's just very energizing every time I get the chance to be here.
All right, that's fantastic. Now, Amit, I have to say, it's the fourth edition of the Smbhav Summit, and I must say I'm feeling quite strange that I'm actually asking the questions, because normally that's something that you do. So how's the energy in this room feeling?
No, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to share the stage with you, Vikram. It's so good to see everybody in person. I'm just meeting a few sellers and our ecosystem partners and feeling the energy. So very exciting to be here. It's also a very proud moment with the Chandrayaan landing, and so all of us are really proud of it. And I cannot but reflect this first edition of Smbhav when Jeff made this prediction that the 21st century is India's century. And I think, if nothing else, this moment has only progressed that theory even further. So very excited and looking forward to our conversation.
Right. Now, continuing with Amit, it's a milestone year, obviously, for Amazon as it hits the 10-year mark in the country. During this period, of course, Amazon has been a key driver of e-commerce in India. Now, e-commerce is everywhere. Would you just like to share your perspective on the 10-year journey that we've seen?
That's true. So we completed 10 years, and it's kind of, it feels very incredible as you think about the journey. It's very humbling to feel when people come to you and talk about how Amazon in India has become such an integral part of their daily lives and livelihoods. I also feel this 10 years has very nicely overlapped with India's own digital revolution. So if you look at how India has progressed and how businesses have progressed, small, medium businesses have progressed, there's a great intersection between the two. And it's no wonder that when people think of Amazon as India's apni dukaan, very trusted and loved alternative, we feel very proud about it. Now, when I look at the 10-year journey, I think this journey is probably a decade of ingenuity, very much inspired by India's own SMBs in some sense. It was the first time when we introduced the notion of fast delivery. In fact, the first TV ad was about next day delivery. We introduced the notion of cash on delivery. We introduced the notion of bringing sellers to the marketplace. So I remember we used to run this thing called Chai Cart. We used to go to business districts and serve tea to businesses during lunch breaks and evening tea breaks, and just have conversation with sellers, just talking about online, how how to get their products listed. So just being part of that whole journey and then building products that allow sellers to ship products, whether it's Easy Ship and Seller Flex, then taking them global with global selling, partnerships with Indian Postal Service, Indian Railways. I think there is so many firsts for India and for Amazon overall from India that it's very heartening to see. And this kind of very clear overlap of our strategy with India's own vision is captured in our pledges. We pledged to digitize 10 million SMBs, enable 20 billion in exports, and create 2 million jobs. And I'm very excited to share that we are on track. We have touched 6.3 million SMBs, enabled $8 billion in exports, which is growing every year faster than the previous year, and created 1.3 direct and indirect jobs. 1.3 million indirect jobs.
Wow, that's fantastic. And I will ask you some more about the next steps and the investments that you're making. Raj, digitization clearly seems to be at the heart of a lot of the growth that we are seeing in India. And of course, it reflects in Amazon's journey as well. One particular game changer that I think everyone here in India is very proud of is that India stack, a set of technologies that all speak to each other, which build on the growing internet penetration, and which then other companies can build on. Would you agree with that? Is that something that excites you when you look at what's happening in India?
Well, I'd more than agree with it. I will just say that in the 7 years I've had the privilege of working directly with Amit and the team here, if I think back about where we were in 2016 and 2017, and I'd explained to someone, India is going to introduce Aadhaar and digital identity, we're going to make this transformation in payments with the UPI, it would have almost seemed a little magical, and yet not only has it happened, but you can see both the improvement that I think the government has in its ability to provision services for its citizens, and the incredible innovation that's occurring from businesses now that payments can be made easier and digitization of payment is so much more broadly accepted across the country. And then the way that I feel confident answering your question in the affirmative is this is a very, very big deal, is I have the privilege of working in the Amazon business in many capitals around the world. And I'm frequently in Brussels, in London, in Munich, in Tokyo, in Sao Paulo, and the transformation that's happening here has the attention of the rest of the world. If you describe to people what Aadhaar is, if you describe to people the change that occurs in the wake of something like UPI and other parts of the stack here, not just for the government, but for the economy, for the development of business, and for the development of innovation that country then exports to the rest of the world, you see people's eyes get wider, and they ask me, tell me more about that. So to me, that's the best evidence that I can report to you about not just the impact within India, but the example that I think the country is creating for others in the world. And I agree with you about the moon landing. I mean, what a headline kind of newspaper moment. But I can make an argument there's as much example and invention and difference that's being made in the world outside of India from this innovation, from this stack.
You do have people saying we'd love to do something like that.
I think if you ask yourself, as an official, again, in any of those regions of the world I described, and you describe what we're able to do in the provisioning of services for citizens here, and the ease of transactions, and the ability for businesses to start up and invent and grow, those are things people want. And so they ask how. And we describe a little bit about what's happening here.
Amit, you've spoken in the past also about made in India innovations going global. You're in a larger role right now. You're leading Amazon's businesses in emerging markets elsewhere. Do you think many of those innovations, many of those learnings that you've seen in India, many of those experiments that have been successful in India can help in other parts also of what you're handling?
Yeah, I think first of all, it is true that retail is a very local operation and very local business. And, there are a lot of local challenges that one has to look at, but at a very broad level, there are 2 or 3 things that customers deeply care about that we spend most of our energy on, those 2 or 3 things, more often than not, is adding more selection, providing greater value to customers, making things faster and more reliable. And when we came to India, the e-commerce was a very different landscape in terms of infrastructure, in terms of customer expectations. But we knew that those three things we took as an article of faith are important to customers in India as well, even though people didn't have an idea of what e-commerce should look like. And we worked really hard to focus on these. And if you think about a few of the examples, I still remember that the notion of a seller being able to sell to any customer across India. We deliver to 100% of India's PIN codes. We are the only company that does that in India. To be able to do that, they needed help. So they had great business instincts. They knew what to make, how to price, but they needed help to get that product to the customer. And we very early invested in a logistics service that would pick up from their location and take it to the customer. Similarly, there were sellers who ran, and we noticed that sellers had their shop, their house, the front of the shop, the back-end warehouse, all in the same location. And that's been passed from generations down. And it was a very difficult decision for the seller to decide that what portion of this inventory should I move to a warehouse. And it was repeatedly becoming clearer to us that we needed a product that essentially allowed them to convert their own location into an Amazon warehouse, if you will. And when they do get higher volumes, they could move those products to the warehouse. And that product was called Seller Flex. And then finally, when we were trying to deliver products to customers, we would often ask the local shop, saying, where does Mr. XYZ live? And they knew precisely where to live and what's the right time to deliver so that they would be at home. And it was becoming clearer that maybe we should just hand over the package to them and let them deliver. And they can earn money and we can get more reliable delivery. And the customer would see a familiar face, which also mattered at a point where we were trying to build trust. So these are just examples of products that we built to deliver more selection, reduce cost of operations for our sellers, and to provide more reliable delivery. And all of them, at the end of the day, are relevant in geographies that are similarly early stage in their evolution. So in my role, I'm very privileged to get experience with different geographies that are very unique in themselves, but there is some underlying similarity in which the sellers are beginning to go online, or customers are experiencing fast and reliable delivery. And many of these innovations have already been launched not only in the emerging markets, but also globally. So that's very exciting. And as Russ pointed out, there's a lot of innovation that's happening in India that is making its way in terms of inspiration elsewhere. And there's a lot of innovation happening elsewhere that's coming to India, and all in all, customers are seeing the benefit.
So that temptation will continue. Innovate, try experiments, and if it works, then you...
Absolutely, that's our DNA. That's what we do well, and the ability for us to obsess with what customers really care about, invent on their behalf, and think very long term is very uniform culture across all the geographies that we are in.
Russ, if I could ask you a broader question about what's happening in the world of technology now. Obviously, from a market and other point of view, 2022 was rather challenging. You had the pandemic before that. But if you look at Amazon's latest financial results, seems that business is on a rebound.
Yeah.
Do you think the challenges of the last few years are now behind us, and there's a good period of coming up ahead?
Well, I'm very loath to make economic predictions. Yeah. But I'd say a few things. First, Amit's been at the company 24 years. I've been there 25 years. We've had the pleasure and challenge of working here through a variety of big economic cycles. Yeah. Both kind of in the sector we worked in. I mean, in 2000, 2001, Amazon stock price went from $105 to $5. My mom would call and tell me she still had my room. So, we've seen many ups and downs over the course of time. In 2007, real estate crisis. What I think happens within our company during these challenging periods that may, I hope, differentiate us in some way is, notwithstanding the real macroeconomic challenges of the past couple of years, we stay completely focused on customer inputs. Is our selection, are we offering our customers everything they want to buy? Are our prices better than the other choices they have? Do we get it to their house faster? That is our stores business in every country in the world, even though the way it manifests itself is very different. And this last cycle had a few things that were unusual, even in a time that I've been there, we've not seen before. So obviously the pandemic was something I hope we don't see again, none of us do, and there was a whole level of personal challenge way different than what we experienced at Amazon. And we were lucky we're not a travel business and we weren't a restaurant or anything, but we faced our own challenges, huge growth in demand, immediately working from home remotely and trying to figure out how to run the business, how to keep our people safe in the parts of the business that were where people had to deliver and work in fulfillment centers and everything else. So we've come around through the other side of this. In 2022, of course, on top of the kind of challenging comparison of the pandemic, you had inflation at a rate around the world that even we've never seen in the history of Amazon. And then even in some regions, things like the war, all created a kind of effect that really were very challenging in terms of business results. But I think, as you said, if you look in 2023, that continued focus on customer experience. And customer experience includes working like crazy to have a cost structure that lets us offer great service at low prices. And so that's one big thing we've done in the last year is put the company in a leaner, meaner position to be able to really make sure that we deliver great service at great value. And I think in our external results, you can start to see the green shoots of that happening. I think we feel pretty optimistic about that continuing.
Right. Of course, the related aspect of that are going to be technology trends now.
Yeah.
Amazon's, of course, known to be a technology pioneer.
Yeah.
But when you look around, there's a lot of excitement on technology itself in
Yes.
the world right now. And clearly the big buzz this year is around generative AI and large language models. I want to get your perspective on that. How are you seeing this entire AI revolution?
Well, I think a lot of the buzz happens because we individually now can see something that feels magical.
Yeah.
You know, this feeling of like typing a nuanced query into a search box and having the response come back and feel as if a person had written it to you. That is the thing that makes people feel fascinated, optimistic, and that creates a little, kind of the buzz you see around this. You know, our perspective is that this technology, it's almost like there is a lot of buzz right now. I suspect, as we've seen with some of these other technical changes in the world, maybe some of those things 2 years from now will have over-predicted what will happen. But we kind of think in the next 10 years, there won't be any aspect of our business that won't be transformed in some meaningful way by this. Yes, certainly there'll be some things on the glass that customers see in terms of experience that will change, but actually the way we work with sellers, the way that we work inside the company in terms of process, I think there won't be any way that we do our business today that AI won't transform, and we have been working for years. Frankly, all the way back when we first joined the company, we did this thing that was an early form of, if you will, intelligence, where we use collaborative filtering to tell a customer, people who bought this book bought this other book, which felt kind of magical to people at the time. Now it's become very mundane. Then the ML wave 10 years ago and this one now are going to allow us to do transformative things with the business. So it won't just be kind of on the front end, on the glass. You'll see it, but I think making processes more efficient, eliminating wasteful work, allowing the small businesses that power Amazon here in India to focus on making great products and letting this intelligence get some of the other obstacles out of the way to letting them reach customers, both in India and around the world. I think those are the things that are going to be as transformative as even the kind of, oh my God, a person feels like they just answered my query about the trip I want to take kind of thing.
Amit, you want to add anything to that, the exciting world of technology that we seem to be seeing?
Well, I think a lot of these, while they can be convenience drivers in many geographies, I'm very optimistic they will be levelers in India. You know, I think the role of technology in India is a lot more than just about convenience. It has absolutely removed the equity gaps in many of the areas that the fact that a small business sitting in a corner where they could only serve their own community can now actually create a product and serve customers in New York is real, right? Now with the capabilities that there are there, they would not have to worry about are their product descriptions tuned to what customers in New York would care about. You know, how should they price it? How should they describe their product? How should they serve the customer? You could have these co-pilots that come in the way of them and the customer, where they don't need to be fluent in the language, but they could still serve customers across the world. So I think technology of this nature is going to be a big social economic leveler in this country, and it just bodes well to how India can progress.
Right, I'm about to ask you as we draw to the end of this conversation, but I see we still have a little bit of time, so I'm going to try and sneak in one more question to you, Ras. The journey of Amazon in India, 10 saal pragati ke naam, any final thoughts you want to leave the audience with before I ask Amit about some of about his meeting with Prime Minister Modi and other things?
Well, it feels like it's happened in the blink of an eye. And I'm very optimistic. I have a lot of energy for thinking about the future. And frankly, when I come here, I think less about the last 10 years, although we've told many stories on this trip about all the adventures that we've had together. But frankly, I'm very enthusiastic about the next 10. I think we're just getting started. I mean, the size of this country, the opportunity it has for economic growth generally, I think it won't be long before this is the third largest economy in the world. And we feel fortunate to be one player that's a part of that transformation. And I think it's hard to imagine what Amazon 10 years from now will be like in India, but I know it's going to be something great.
Right. I mean, let me try and get some more details on that from you. You and Andy, the Amazon CEO, recently met Prime Minister Modi, and Amazon announced a $15 billion investment in India. Where will these funds be invested, and what specific areas are you looking at in the next 10 years?
Yes, it was great to be able to accompany Andy Jassy, our CEO, and meet the Honorable Prime Minister. It was, as always, very exciting to hear his thoughts on overall digitization of the country, the role of startups and small businesses in driving that digitization, and also the role of exports and Make in India. That is going to be a big driver of how the economy grows. And there was a moment in which the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned something about Amazon, which kind of made me feel that I'm in a business review. He kind of said that, I know that you care about fast deliveries at low prices. And it felt so humbling that he kind of noticed what we really stand for. And he encouraged us to think about incumbent logistics infrastructure in India, whether it's Indian Railways or Indian Postal Service. So it was a great moment to kind of hear his thoughts. We also announced the expansion of our commitment by an additional $15 billion investment by 2030. Today, in kind of very much in line with the conversation that we had, I'm very excited to announce 4 things that we are launching. And that would give you a flavor of how we are continuously investing in the same 3 things that we talked about. Add more selection, make it easy for small businesses to run their businesses so that they can offer great value and to make deliveries faster and more reliable. So number 1, we are very excited to announce our MAU with the Indian Postal Service. We have been partners with the Indian Postal Service for a while, and this will create the first of its kind seamless integrated cross-border logistics solution that would expand the opportunity of global selling to businesses and entrepreneurs in the corners of the country. So this whole vision that I said, somebody sitting in the corner of the country and shipping products to customers in New York just becomes more real. Secondly, I'm very excited to announce our partnership with Indian Railways. We have, the freight corridors that we have, and we have announced a partnership to use the freight corridor, and that would allow the sellers in India to ship to customers across India faster. It also allows us to leverage our resources in Indian Railways and make them more efficient. And again, this is the first of its kind usage of the corridor to ship products across the country. So I'm very excited for the partnership, and thank you to Indian Railways. And the third is, again, the evolution of starting with Easy Ship, where we pick products, and then Seller Flex, where we would transform the locations into warehouses. It's kind of a natural evolution. Very excited to announce this product called multi-channel fulfillment. And what that does is it allows small businesses, direct-to-consumer brands, to take advantage of our fulfillment supply chain infrastructure, and they don't have to worry about now where does their inventory, what does their fulfillment look like, irrespective of whether they are selling on Amazon or off Amazon. So no matter where you are a digital seller, you can run your operations using the Amazon fulfillment infrastructure. So very excited about what can that do for sellers. Thank you. And in the spirit of future technologies, like we just talked about, and in the spirit of Smbhav, we talk about how technology just opens up endless possibilities. So in the spirit of the theme of this conference, we are very excited to announce a generative AI solution for small, medium businesses. This is the first of its kind generative AI solution that we are launching in India for small businesses. It's called Sahai. It's a play on help and AI, and you will get to experience in the experience centers outside, so I encourage you to go and try it out, but not to give away too much. It's a great way for sellers, no matter what their capabilities are, to ask questions, whether they want to register, list items, get help, expand their sales, be more successful. So I'm very excited to bring the power of generative AI to Indian small, medium businesses starting now, and that should be pervasive going forward to all of them. So thank you.
Well, Amit, Russ, thank you so much. It was really insightful discussion. Perhaps we should step off and allow people to experience.
I think to get a glimpse of what kya Smbhav hai, I think we should just watch the video.
All right, let's watch the video. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At Amazon, while the customer enjoys the power of choice, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes.
कस्टमर को प्रोडक्ट तब पसंद आएगा जब उसको सारी डिटेल्स दिखाएंगे, जैसे कि एक अच्छी फ़ोटो, प्रोडक्ट के बारे में जानकारी, साइजेस, कलर्स और मटेरियल जैसी चीज़ें।
मुझे ऐसा लोग बोल रहे थे कि अमेज़ॉन पे उसमें आप जो है ऑनलाइन बिजनेस कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं अपने आप को असक्षम समझ रहा था कि मैं कैसे कर पाऊँगा।
ডেটা যেমন রেটিংস, রিভিউ, সেলস আমাদের আরও কাস্টমারদের ভালোভাবে বুঝতে হেল্প করে, আর ওদের কি দরকার, ওদের কিটা প্রয়োজন, ওটা আমাদের অ্যাজ আ ব্র্যান্ড আমরা আরও ভালোভাবে বুঝতে পারি।
The power of AI is revolutionizing business processes and becoming a critical tool for progress across industries. With a vision to provide an amazing customer experience and cater to seller needs, we at Amazon India are embracing the power of generative AI to transform the way sellers do their business on Amazon. Introducing Sahai, a game-changer AI-based virtual assistant that makes sellers' life easy, helping them analyze trends, list products, generate attributes, and much more. And for those just getting started, selling on Amazon has never been easier. In addition to helping them list better, Sahai also helps sellers analyze their business better and bring important insights at their fingertips. From important festival dates, trends analysis, to what sells best, Sahai is here to unlock endless possibilities for lakhs of sellers in India.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abhinav Singh, Vice President Operations India, and a proud Amazonian for over a decade. I would like to take a moment to extend my warmest greetings to Shri Vineet Pandey, the Secretary, Department of Post and Chairman of the Postal Board, and Ms. Jaya Varma Sinha, Member Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, and all the eminent business and economic leaders present here today. Smbhav is a celebration of small businesses and their contribution in creating job opportunities, fostering invention, and promoting economic growth. Through Smbhav, we have been dedicated to exploring the best ways to leverage technology that can digitize and help in the economic progress of small businesses across India. The e-commerce industry in India, especially over the last 10 years, has seen remarkable growth. This has been driven by factors like an increased internet penetration, smartphone access, and changing consumer preferences. The growth has contributed significantly to India's development in terms of the economy, employment generation, building up of entrepreneurs, the infrastructure. This is just to name a few areas in which the e-commerce industry has contributed. Our government's vision and mission to lower the cost of logistics and dramatically change the infrastructure in the country has really helped impact e-commerce in a very positive way. Our experience in Amazon has demonstrated that engagement with the government in initiatives and meaningful partnerships ensures sustainable and inclusive growth, boosting the digital economy and helping India grow faster. These symbiotic partnerships are a win-win for the industry and the government alike. One such engagement is the engagement with India Post. It started on day one of Amazon in India, and Shri Vineet Bajpai, who now heads India Post, was one of the pioneers who we worked with in establishing this relationship. Over the last 10 years, the relationship has grown in a very meaningful way. We have broken very many paradigms, whether it was the launch of consumer durables and electronics through India Post, or it was launching customer return drop-offs in post offices, or the recent launch of COD in many cities. Across the last 10 years, we've worked together in building products with India Post, which have really helped transform the service that we can provide to every single part of the country. And this relationship is now going on to the next level. As we enable exports of billions of dollars through the India Post network, the government has set an ambitious goal that they want to be able to build an export business of more than $200 to $300 billion over the next 5 years. In order to build this business at this scale, it would require a very meaningful partnership between the industry, e-commerce marketplaces like ourselves, sellers, and of course, logistic partners like India Post. And this is where our collaboration gains significance. This collaboration will simplify cross-border logistics and compliance for Indian exporters shipping directly to customers around the world. Indian exporters on Amazon's global selling program will be able to book their shipments, print shipping labels, and pay for shipping directly from their central account. They will be able to drop these shipments at 600 plus Dak Niryat Kendras across India, from where consignments will be exported to overseas customers. Logistics being one of the key and most effort-intensive components of exports, we are convinced that this collaboration would make it significantly easy for Amazon sellers to use India Post to sell their products from any part of the country to customers around the world. In June, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, met with Andy Jassy, who is the CEO of Amazon. And during the conversation, Prime Minister spoke about the importance of leveraging India's grassroots infrastructure pillars India Post, and Indian Railways to help accelerate the growth of e-commerce in India. This collaboration is a step in that direction and is headed towards making a global commerce exports hub here in India. We are honored today to have Shri Vineet Pandey, Secretary, Department of Posts, and the Chairman of the Postal Board, under whose guidance and leadership this collaboration has taken shape. Under his stewardship, India Post is scaling even greater heights. I would like to invite Shri Pandey on stage and kindly address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Namaste. And I was privileged to have attended the previous session also. Thank you, Russell, for deep insights, Amit, and Mr. Abhinav, and all the stakeholders present in this hall. Let me first congratulate Amazon on organizing this flagship event, Smbhav, possible. And that too, especially on the occasion of completing 10 years of Amazon's India operations. And also thank you all for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share the dais and the discussions today. As part of India Post's global collaborations, today a memorandum of understanding is being signed with Amazon Seller Services, a leading force in the world of e-commerce. And this partnership holds immense promise towards the possibility, the Smbhav part of this theme, as we work together with e-marketplace leaders to promote e-commerce exports and further integrate Indian economy with the global marketplace. On a personal note, let me recall my association with Amazon. About 8-9 years back, I was heading the Business Development Directorate of the Department of Post. My colleague sitting here, Mr. Raja Roy, is now leading the show from there. It was tremendous learning. Historically, the Post has a unique capability of rising up to the occasion of the challenges and the demand of the society. When we were born in the department, we were being written off 86, 87, that the Post will lose its relevance. And that's the time when the Speed Post, our flagship product, was born. And since that day, at least in terms of volume, perhaps we are the first as far as technically courier document services are concerned. Same thing happened somewhere around 2012 with this e-commerce boom. And I recall it was a pre-Diwali evening and I was in place of Mr. Raja Roy, and there were tremendous exchange of parcels. And that's how when we realized that here is the time where the department has to pitch in. And since that day, we got associated with the team from Amazon at various levels. And we had so many workshops together, so many discussions together as to how do we cope and what do we do within the department to meet this expectation from our consumers, particularly in the light of the digital transformation, which facilitated that the information is not only confined to metro cities or big cities, even the expectations and aspirations are there at the tier 2, tier 3, and so on. And we have to meet those expectations. So, personally, it's a dream come true today for me in the sense, while we were focusing at that time, as was mentioned in the intro part by Mr. Abhinav also, now is the time to reach out through our MSMEs, through our artisans, to the global marketplace. As we navigate the digital age, where e-commerce has emerged as powerful driver of economic growth and innovation, as I said, and in this pursuit, our post offices with their long-standing heritage and their emotional connect, very well captured in the backdrop wall also here, which depicts an element of continuity and change. Things evolve. And in this process, we have been associated with Amazon. And together we think that we are poised to play a pivotal role in promotion of e-commerce exports. Postal network will foster inclusive trade by connecting the producers, the artisans, MSMEs from the last mile and global markets by harnessing their expansive infrastructure. We can empower even the smallest of business to participate in the global trade. Think about the weavers from Varanasi or the artisans from Kutch, Mithila, painting. They can now reach markets for beyond our borders, and all thanks to our post offices joining hands as a facilitator. Post offices, as I mentioned, are known for their trust and reliability, and particularly the last mile touch, the human connect. And leveraging this reputation, we offer e-commerce business and customers a secure and hassle-free channel for global transactions. From customs clearance to tracking, the familiarity of our post offices can be a beacon of confidence in the digital world. Right from the beginning, when the association had started, what we had in mind was, whatever may be the mode of ordering, electronically, telephonically, so long as there is a dabba in the system gets generated, the post office has to pitch in a box and it has to be delivered. Give us an address and we would deliver. That was our theme for the domestic part. Now, a full circle has been created, and now we are reaching out to the global ecosystem. And in this direction, in the recent past, some initiatives have been taken, and the Department of Posts is setting up Dak Ghar Niryat Kendras, the export facility front-ending for those retail exporters. It will be something similar to the post office passport seva kendras, where in one shot, more than 400 touch points were created where people need not travel across to the state capitals to get their passports. So, post office has now become as a one-stop shop, a facilitator for all kinds of government initiatives, and particularly in this area of e-commerce, the Dak Ghar Niryat Kendras are going to facilitate this endeavor which we are targeting together. These centers will facilitate export-related service and information, enhance the ease of doing business by digitizing the processes and documentation, online customs clearance, and end-to-end logistics support with transparency and visibility. We have planned 1,000 such centers, and you would be happy to know that in a very short time, 600 are already functional, covering most of the major locations. This partnership today, let me highlight, will facilitate technical integration between Dak Ghar Niryat Kendra portal and Amazon portal, which will ensure that India-based sellers on Amazon can avail services of India Post. Sellers can generate postal bill of exports online, avail packaging, label printing, and pickup facilities, and to send their shipments globally with complete end-to-end tracking and with competitive rates. This will open up new avenues for our SMEs to expand this horizon by showcasing their products. We'll be also doing hand-holding, information exchange, guiding them through Amazon global platform, and then avail preferred services of India Post for shipping it across the world. One of the challenges of international trade has been navigating the complexities of customs, tariffs, and regulations. This partnership also aims to simplify those processes. E-commerce exports aren't just about goods. They are about sharing our heritage and culture with the world. Our artisans, our craftsmen and creators represent India's rich tapestry of traditions to a global audience. Signing of this MOU is a testament to our willingness to adapt, innovate, and collaborate on a global scale. It symbolizes our commitment to embracing the opportunities that the digital age presents. I once again, as the head of the postal fraternity in India, extend my gratitude to Amazon for their commitment to this partnership and to all stakeholders who have contributed to making this collaboration a reality. And in this direction, we also look forward to Department of Railways. It is represented by a very senior officer there, and we have been talking and working together since last year. And I'm sure that this MOU will be a major building block for much more collaboration to come and make India an export hub, as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister, a reform, perform, transform, to make it Smbhav. Thank you.
I would now like to request Mr. Russell Grandinetti on stage and Shri Pranoy Sharma, Deputy Director General, India Post, and Vivek Somareddy, Vice President, Amazon for Fulfillment and Global Technology, to exchange the MOU. Could you please come up? Please come up. Thank you so much. Thanks to the vision of our government, we have been rapidly expanding and efficiently using our transportation network to move products from small and big sellers across the country. The highways that are being built at breakneck speed, and the railways network is poised to connect the remotest parts of the country, which is not just beneficial for passenger traffic, but also ensures timely access of goods and services. Indian Railways has historically been the country's lifeline, and with our government's vision, it'll only get better and stronger. It has and will continue to revolutionize trade and commerce. We started engaging with the Indian Railways in 2019. And it so happens, like in the case of India Post, the person who was at the forefront is here with us today. At that time, organized e-commerce shipment movements weren't a practice. I remember listening to a proposal to use railways capacities to transport customer packages. It seemed a big idea even to us at Amazon. And the response of the railways team took us by surprise, but really encouraged us. They immediately said, let's explore, and that exploration and innovative thinking and progressive approach of that railways team has today become a well-established model for the industry at large. Amazon was the first e-commerce company in India to carry parcel wagons on Rajdhani. For those who are not familiar with India, Rajdhani is the fastest passenger train in India. We optimized our own network, working backwards from the train schedule to maximize customer ordering windows. And I'm really proud that today 1 and 2 day deliveries on rail are an India first initiative with no global precedents, and it was built from scratch right here in India. The Indian Railways team helped us unblock the first ever rail movements at rail stations that hadn't witnessed e-commerce parcel movements ever before. When we started, we were operating 2 lanes in 3 cities with just 2 trains. Today, we serve 1 and 2 day deliveries in 116 cities, and Amazon loads are moving on more than 100 trains. I can safely say, if you take a train journey, it'll be hard to take a train journey without Amazon parcels riding along with you. Today, I'm elated that we have further strengthened our association with Indian Railways by being the first e-commerce company to leverage dedicated freight corridors, which are designed to decongest the existing rail network, increase the average speed of freight trains, and enable operations of heavy haul trains. These DFCs also link existing ports and industrial areas for faster movement of freight and reduce the overall cost of logistics, which is a key priority for our government. The project is a beneficiary of the government's vision with the DFC. DFCs will enable a more sustainable mode of transport and faster, more reliable delivery of customer packages. We have already started operations on the dedicated freight corridor of the 659-kilometer long Rewari-Palanpur, which connects the states of Haryana and Gujarat. As the DFC network grows, over the next few years, we will add and utilize new routes and new capabilities. We are pleased to have Ms. Jaya Varma Sinha join us today from the Indian Railway Traffic Service. Ms. Sinha is currently serving as Member Operations and Business Development Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. Her guidance and support right from day one have been monumental for us here at Amazon, and we are so encouraged by her presence today. Ms. Sinha is the first woman officer to be appointed to this apex post of the Indian Railways. She is also responsible for the overall transportation of freight and passenger services of Indian Railways. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence. We are honored to have you with us. I would like to request you to please come on stage and say a few words. Welcome, ma'am.
Namaskar, and a good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you very much, Amazon. And thank you, Mr. Vineet Marne, for the kind mention. Thank you very much. It is a privilege to be here at this Smbhav 2023. Immense possibilities. I am so glad to hear about the future connections that we are going to have with Amazon, with India Post, and together I am sure we will grow and take the country where it needs to go. Smbhav is in its being a powerful force for empowering small and medium businesses and aiding their growth. This resonates deeply with the philosophy of the Indian government and specifically the Indian Railways. The organizational objective is to provide economical, safer, and comfortable transport solutions for people and cargo alike. Nurturing businesses and facilitating their growth trajectory is a goal we are committed to. This convergence, as we endeavor to empower MSMEs, rests on the premise of a safe, swift, and reliable transport for their small-sized cargo. Indian Railways are traditionally known as carriers of bulk cargo. And however, we have the huge potential of augmenting our reach and our reliability for the small-sized cargo, which is our parcel, and leverage our network across 68,000 route kilometers encompassing the entire length and breadth of the country. It is immensely important that Indian Railways plays a pivotal role in connecting businesses, individuals, and communities across the country. Our parcel business serves as a lifeline for countless industries already, enabling the flow of raw materials, finished products, consumer goods, and more. The service isn't just about logistics, it's about powering economic growth, facilitating trade, and bringing convenience and ease of business to the lives of both the entrepreneur, the producer, as well as the end customer. In recent years, we have witnessed a revolutionary shift in the way business is conducted, largely driven by the digital transformation sweeping across the industry, and we are very glad to see the Sahai coming up, which is also, I'm sure, going to enable our enterprises and our entrepreneurs and our small MSMEs to widely expand their outreach and look at the global markets in an easier manner. And even India Post is facilitating that, and I'm sure soon enough, the entire world will be our neighborhood. E-commerce has emerged as a game changer, altering the way goods are bought and sold. The size of Indian e-commerce market, which is about $75 billion at present, is projected to grow to $350 billion by 2030, with a CAGR of about 20 to 25%. The convergence of e-commerce and Indian Railways presents an exciting synergy with the potential of redefining and recrafting the way these sectors operate. Like the country we are the proud citizens of, the Indian Railways too believes in diversity in all walks of life. To put it simply, we offer parcel shipments from as low as 1 kg to hundreds of tons and beyond. You may book a single parcel, a whole van like Amazon, or even a whole train, which occasionally Amazon does. We have bespoke product services of all size segments. There is nothing we don't carry. And if there is, tell us, and we shall endeavor to make it work. In 2019, Amazon India became the first e-commerce, as has been discussed by and described by Abhinav, to leverage Indian Railways' vast network by entering into an operational engagement using the Delhi-Mumbai and Delhi-Sialdah Rajdhani trains. It met the promise of fast and reliable services. And I understand, as Abhinav also mentioned, that Amazon today moves around 400 tons of parcel per day by more than 110 trains, linking over 116 cities and towns. This just shows that we are sitting at the edge of a huge potential, and as we progress further in our partnerships with India Post, with Amazon and other e-commerce and other small MSMEs, we can just ensure that this becomes a seamless service across the country and across the globe. Again, Amazon has played a pioneering role in becoming the first e-commerce company to move their cargo through the dedicated freight corridors. The dedicated freight corridors have been put in place to reduce the logistic costs and to ensure timely transit of our cargo across the network. And as we know, Indian Railways is an extremely congested network, and we are hugely augmenting our capacities, our network capacities, and DFC is a game changer there. And we assure you that more use of these linkages would help you reach your or move your logistics and your transport requirements in a timely manner, in a time-bound manner. We offer a wide gamut of parcel services. Businesses and individuals can book parcels for transportation through our online platform, as well as in the physical mode across designated railway parcel offices and booking counters at railway stations. Indian Railways even enables end-to-end tracking of parcels. The pricing of parcel transportation on Indian Railways is fairly competitive, There are various scales on which it can be booked based on the category of the train that it is being carried on, and the transaction is charged commensurately. Let me step back a bit and share with you snippets of Smbhav visualized in the Indian railway ecosystem. In other words, value proposition. IR is endowed with an extensive network that reaches urban centers and rural hinterlands in equal measure. Leveraging this infrastructure can significantly enhance the logistics and supply chain efficiency of e-commerce businesses. Railways offers a cost-effective, eco-friendly, and reliable mode of transporting goods over long as well as short distances. This comes with several value additions, including reduced transit time, as DFC has shown, and decreased transportation costs and more seamless flow of products. We understand that customers desire a door-to-door service. Therefore, the joint parcel product that we have with the Post Department has been developed with them to ensure that the first mile and the last mile connectivity is provided by India Post and the long interim middle mile from station to station by the Indian Railways. The joint parcel product aims to focus on the business-to-business and business-to-customer market by providing a complete parcel handling solution that is picking up from the premises of the sender, booking, and doorstep delivery to the recipient. E-commerce also has the potential to empower local artisans, as has again been mentioned in this forum by many speakers, small-scale producers by providing them with a nationwide market and a global market. Indian Railways can facilitate this empowerment by enabling the cost-effective movement of locally made products to diverse consumer segments. And we hope that tomorrow a Banarsi can be sold in New York. Thank you. Warehousing and fulfillment centers. The strategic positioning of railway stations can serve as ideal locations for warehousing and fulfillment centers. These hubs can cater for the storage, packaging, and dispatch of goods, streamlining operations and optimizing resources for e-commerce businesses. Indian Railways welcomes proposals. Just to share an example of such an initiative, there is a Bhiwandi Road station in Mumbai that has become a parcel hub with a growth of over 50% in less than a year. If Amazon wants to be Desh ki apni dukaan, then Bhartiya Rail could well be its chosen ally for Shamta Nirman. And I'm not saying this only to rhyme. I'll just bring out the point that I wish to make. We are aware that climate change is a reality. And it is critical that we move towards environmentally sustainable solutions, including for transportation. In pursuance of the Paris Climate Agreement, India has committed to reducing the emission intensity of its emissions by 45% from 2005 levels to 2030, and achieving net zero by 2070. And I'm glad that Amazon has co-founded and was the first signatory of the Climate Pledge in 2019, which calls on companies to commit to reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2040. Given this framework, the Indian Railways, with a carbon emission intensity of less than a quarter of other comparable modes of transport, remains the natural choice for creating an environmentally sustainable transport ecosystem. Indian Railways has undertaken quite a few initiatives to promote e-commerce. I would just share a few of them. With a view to facilitate last mile delivery, we have enabled utilizing our suburban services. We have a very robust suburban service network, and usually at night time it is underutilized, and that is being used for facilitating end mile connectivity for delivery partners. Recently, with an amendment of the red tariff, Indian Railways had introduced certain commodities preferred by e-commerce to enable movement as parcels. Red tariff looks after products which are considered dangerous for transportation. And there were certain commodities and cargo which were considered too dangerous, and they were exempted from transport by rail. However, we have taken suitable precautions, and we have modified the red tariff so that Such products like cleaning, sanitizing products, cosmetics, personal hygiene products, some kind of batteries, battery-powered vehicles can also be transported by rail. IR is developing an aggregation platform. That is our next step. And so that we can allow people visibility of a cargo train or a parcel train which is going to travel from, say, one station to another. And people can come and book parcel space in that. And even aggregators who would be collecting small packages and small parcels can use this service. We hope that we will be able to launch this aggregation platform very soon. However, to fully realize these opportunities, we must remain live too and address emerging challenges. These include infrastructural upgrades, technological upgrades, regularity considerations, and fostering a culture of collaboration. Moreover, data security and privacy must remain paramount given the sensitivity of information involved in both e-commerce transactions as well as railway operations. In the end, I would like to conclude by saying that tomorrow is already upon us, and we can no longer close our eyes to its possibilities. The complete convergence of e-commerce and Indian Railways in the realm of the doable, and we must do all we can to nurture its growth. This is a journey that demands collaboration, innovation, and vision. By seizing the moment, we can derive economic growth, enhance connectivity, and redefine the landscape of Indian business. I would like to thank Amazon for being a partner, providing feedback for policies, and working with other industry colleagues to make a shining example of government and private partnership. Your engagement with Indian Railways stands as a testament to the synergy that can be achieved when industry and government entities come together with a shared vision, all in the cause of our country and the citizens we stand committed to serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We really appreciate you coming here and spending time with us today. It would be remiss of me to not thank the teams across Amazon and India Rail and India Post who've been working on these projects over the last 4 and 10 years, respectively. So a huge shout out to teams both at Amazon and in Indian Railways and India Post.
मेरे घर के पास जो आंटी रहती है वो मेरे माँ से एक बार बात करने आई थी। वो रो भी रही थी। मेरे माँ से बोल रही थी कि हमारी जो खेती है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण नुकसान हुआ है उसका। तो मेरे ख्याल में आया कि मैं उन्हें खुश देखना चाहती हूँ।
किसान को जब खेती करनी होती है तब उनको पता नहीं होता ना कब बारिश आएगी, कब ऊन पड़ेगा।
इसलिए हमने ये सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि हम वेदर स्टेशन बना सकते हैं, कि हम छोटे हैं लेकिन हम बना सकते हैं। जब हम न्यूज़ देखते थे उसमें जो पुणे का वेदर स्टेशन है बड़ा वाला वो हम देखते थे। फिर हमें एक आइडिया आया कि हम थोड़ा ये ऐसा कुछ तो भी कर सकते हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम्स इससे सॉल्व हो सकते हैं क्या। वेदर स्टेशन में बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं। वेदर स्टेशन में एक फ़ैन जैसा एक गोल घूमने वाला एक ये होता है। हमारी हवा चलती है ना, उसका हम वेग जो होता है वो हम कलेक्ट करते हैं उसकी वजह से। और उसमें एक डायरेक्शन का भी लगा होता है, मतलब एक वो उसको एक पट्टी होती है और वो उसको गोल जैसा होता है, वो घूमता है, तब हमें विंड का डायरेक्शन बताता है।
ये जो स्कूल है आप जैसे देख रहे हैं कि मैंने कहा गांव में स्थित है, सिटी से काफ़ी दूर है, तो यहाँ के बच्चों को वो जो टूल के एक्सेसिबिलिटी है वो थोड़ा लिमिटेड हो जाती है, जिस वजह से वो एक्सप्लोर कर नहीं पाते हैं चीज़ों को।
तो Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर ने हमारी हेल्प की लैब सेटअप करने में और टीचर को कोडिंग और कंप्यूटर साइंस में ट्रेन करने में, ताकि हम बच्चों को सिखा सके।
तो हमने मतलब हमारा कंप्यूटर क्लासेस तो चालू हुए थे, तो हमने सर को ये प्रॉब्लम बताया, तो सर बोले हम कर सकते हैं।
जब हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे थे वेदर स्टेशन का, तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने मल्टीपल कैटेगरीज में ये चेंजेस देख पाए बच्चों में। तो उनका एक माइंडसेट लेवल में चेंज आया कि प्रॉब्लम्स को देख के अब वो इग्नोर नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि अब उनको पता चल गया कि हमारे पास वो नॉलेज है, हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेस हैं जिससे हम लोग इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं।
हमारा वेदर स्टेशन सक्सेस होने के बाद मेरी पड़ोसन आंटी मुझे आके बोली कि तुम्हारे इस उपाय के कारण हमारा खेती का नुकसान हो रहा था वो बच गया। और वो बोली कि तुम इतनी छोटी हो फिर भी तुमने ये कर दिया।
Wow, wasn't that really inspiring? Good morning, everyone. My name is Anita, and I lead Amazon's philanthropy program for India and APAC. We all know talent is widespread, but often opportunities are not. If you could indulge me for just a few minutes, and I will take you through a journey of imagination of what is possible. Did you know that there are 1.5 million schools in India, majority of them which are government schools? What if in every school we could teach our students coding skills, entrepreneurial mindsets, communication, teamwork, problem solving, decision making, even resilience? These are the skills you and I use every day in our work lives. Interestingly, these are also the skills which are enshrined in the very visionary new education policy of India. What if we could actually teach our students to be responsible creators and not just consumers? We all have that one teacher who has inspired us throughout school. In my case, my favorite teacher was my 12th grade physics teacher, who really pushed us to excel. What you see here is Mr. Manoj Panchal, from Bahuli district of Maharashtra. Manoj says when kids come to him with curiosity and eagerness to learn new concepts and technology, he really feels that his purpose in life is being fulfilled as a teacher. Manoj also spends hours every day updating himself on skills which he thinks are relevant and useful for his students. What if every teacher in our schools were like Manoj, had the required tools to help them fulfill their own purpose as well? You know, we often ask young children this cliched question, what do you want to be when you grow up? How many of us in this room today are actually doing the jobs we thought we would be doing when we were kids? Take my case. When I was 10 years old, I thought I was going to be the Prime Minister of India. Now, that job is obviously taken, but what I ended up doing was I became a software engineer for a year. I ended up selling soaps and shampoos for 5 years as part of an FMCG company before I finally realized that I wanted to work in the social sector. What if I had awareness that there were jobs such as the one I'm doing right now when I was exiting my education? What if young people had exposure to a variety of career options before they actually had to make the choice of what they're going to do? Now, this is my favorite topic, female workforce participation in India. It varies anywhere between 20% to 32% depending on which data or metrics that you actually look at. And if you look at the so-called premier engineering institutions of the country, less than 1 in 5 are women. Now, what if, I'm not saying that our world should become a Barbie land. Sorry, excuse me, I'm in the Barbie hangover right now. But what if we actually not just had equal opportunities, but equitable opportunities for all young people to pursue their dreams? At Amazon, we believe that these possibilities are quite real, and we are now taking baby steps towards achieving these dreams. Over the last 2 years, through Amazon Future Engineer and other education programs like these, we are now partnered with multiple governments, with nonprofits, taking high-quality computer science education curriculum to classrooms across the country. We are equipping teachers with training and development to actually deliver that curriculum, and we are offering scholarships and internships to deserving and bright young women. Before we hear from a few of our program participants, I will leave you with this video, which perfectly captures the aspirations and the dreams of our young people in India.
My name is Vaishnav Vivek Devkar.
Keerti Singh. Harshini Reddy Hailani.
My name is Nishta.
Nivedita. Anjali Vishwanath Ashtake. I am an AFE scholar and today I am an Amazon intern.
एक नोटिफिकेशन आई ईमेल की और जब पढ़ा कि वी आर शॉर्टलिस्टेड, so that was a happiness I cannot describe in words.
आँख में आंसू भी आ गए क्योंकि अमेज़न तो बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है और इसमें इंटर्नशिप लगना बहुत बहुत बड़ी बात है.
Everyone has a dream company, like mine is Amazon, and I got an opportunity to work as an intern.
When I got the internship at Amazon, I must say it still feels surreal to be here.
AFE की स्कॉलरशिप से मुझे इकोनॉमिकल सपोर्ट मिला और बाद में उन्होंने हमें एजुकेशनल लेक्चर्स वगैरह प्रोवाइड करके उन्होंने हमें एजुकेशनल सपोर्ट भी किया.
We had a coding boot camp and the mentor was really supportive.
जो अमेज़ॉन ने क्लासेस प्रोवाइड किए उससे हमें बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ, उससे हम इंटर्नशिप ट्रैक कर सके.
Day one was very exciting, and then we entered to get the badge. Badge gave us the feel that we are a member of the Amazon now.
Day one तो स्टार्टिंग में मैं थोड़ी नर्वस थी, फिर बाद में मैंने मेरे मैनेजर से वगैरह बात की तो वहाँ पे बहुत सरप्राइज थी कि मैं इतने अच्छे से इन्वॉल्व फर्स्ट डे में ही हो गई.
मुझे लगता है कि जब हमें कोई चीज़ करने में ऑब्स्टेकल आता है तो हम वो चीज़ वहाँ अधूरी छोड़ देते हैं, बट हमें ऑब्स्टेकल के साथ फाइट करना चाहिए और हमें इसको ओवरकम करके अपने आप को एक बेटर पर्सन बनाना चाहिए.
If you will try, then you will definitely get the success. But for that, you should first try for that thing.
We are just getting started on our journey, and it's my great pleasure to welcome some of the youngest participants in today's event. May I please invite on stage Kesa, Paras, Sumit, Imran, Mohammed, and Makrand. Semi-circle. Thank you for being here, kids. Makrand, कहाँ से आए हो आप लोग?
मुंबई.
मुंबई से आए हो, एंड कौन सी क्लास में पढ़ते हो?
10th grade.
10th grade में हो. मोहम्मद, आप यहाँ पे क्या करने आए हो?
रोबोट दिखाने हैं.
रोबोट दिखाने आए हो. अमेजिंग. सुमित, आप बताओ कैसा लग रहा है यहाँ आके?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. डर नहीं लग रहा? मुझे तो बहुत डर लग रहा है.
आदत हो गया है.
आदत हो गई. That's amazing. He's saying he's now habituated to speaking to large crowds on stages. Thank you for that, Sumit. So आप थोड़ा अपना जर्नी बताएंगे AFE के साथ, जो Amazon Future Engineer के साथ जो आपने किया?
मैंने AFE 9th स्टैंडर्ड में ज्वाइन किया था, फिर मैंने बेसिक्स ऑफ लैपटॉप सीखे थे कि लैपटॉप्स में बेसिक क्या क्या करते हैं, बेसिक्स कराते, और फिर मैंने प्रोग्रामिंग, कैड, 3D प्रिंटिंग एंड डिज़ाइनिंग मैंने सीखा, और फिर हम रोबोट बनाना चालू किए।
थैंक यू सुमित, आपने बहुत कुछ सीखा जो मैंने अपने सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट कभी नहीं सीखा था।
थैंक यू मैम।
पारस, जैसे सुमित बोल रहे थे, आप लोग काफ़ी अमेजॉन ऑफिस में ऑलरेडी गए हो, यू हैव शोन योर रोबोट्स टू अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल. इफ folks haven't seen the experience center which is out there, please do experience it. These are robots built by these kids with the innovation story. We have a lot of our partners in the room. Please do interact with them as well. So Paras, आप काफ़ी ऑफिस में गए हो, बट अभी तक आपका सबसे स्पेशल मेमोरी क्या रहा है?
Basically, I have participated in first global challenge, and the proud moment is कि we represented India in Switzerland.
In Switzerland?
Yes.
Amazing. And क्या बनाया था आपने वहाँ पे?
Sorry?
क्या बनाया था?
So basically, it's depended on task. जो जैसे थीम रहेगी वैसे डिपेंडेड रोबोट्स बनाने होते हैं. So इस बार की थीम थी हमारी कि हमें बॉल्स कलेक्ट करने थे, एंड देन एक सिंक रहता है उसमें शूट करने थे, एंड लास्ट 30 सेकेंड्स में हमें हैंग करना था हमारा रोबोट जो क्लाइंब करना था. So ऐसे डिफरेंट टास्क रहते हैं, उसके ऊपर हम लोग रोबोट्स बनाते हैं.
और मज़ा आया बहुत. Hopefully all of you got the very complicated robot they built, where they actually represented the country in Switzerland. Thank you so much, all of you. It's been a great pleasure having you here. Kesa, if you could just remain on stage. Thank you. Kesa here is a very special young woman. She was actually supposed to go to Switzerland with these children, but she had her board exams and she couldn't go. That didn't stop her from traveling 2 hours one way every day to mentor the kids, to work with them. Kesa is also one of those rare individuals who gets up very early to cook for her entire family and leaves the house at 7:30 to do her studies. Kesa, would you say a few words about your journey with Amazon Future Engineer?
Yes, I joined Amazon Future Engineer in 10th grade. I got to know about TIS, and I actually did not have any idea about what robotics is, but I just wanted to give it a shot. So I joined, I learned a lot, I enjoyed learning it, and then I thought, why not teach what I have learned to other kids? So I decided I'll be an engineer and took a drop to mentor the kids that you just saw on stage and many other kids.
Thank you, Kesa. Kesa, you're such an inspiration, not just for these kids, a lot of kids in Bombay, and for me personally. May I now invite Mr. Amit Agarwal, SVP Emerging Markets, to make a very special announcement.
Yeah, so it gives me a lot of pleasure to be here with Kesa. I know her personally. I've had a chance to interact with her over the last year or so. Very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm very happy and proud to announce that she's a future AFE scholar. So thank you.
Yay.
All the best for your journey ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kesa only got to know today that she's going to be an Amazon Future Engineer scholar. How do you feel, Kesa?
I am so happy that I can't even express. So day after tomorrow is my birthday, and I think this is the biggest birthday gift I ever.
We are so proud of you, Kesa, and thank you for being our partner in this journey of building the future bit by bit. Thank you, everybody. You've been a great audience.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. What a fantastic morning session. I hope all of you who are in the audience here and those who are joining us online on the live streaming are having a good time. We are ready for the next part of the agenda. So my name is Bhupen Wakankar. I lead the Amazon Global Trade business here in India. My team is responsible for building solutions that allows Indian entrepreneurs, startups, D2C brands to take their products globally and to customers all over the world, right? As you heard, Amazon Global Selling has made a pledge to deliver $20 billion in cumulative e-commerce exports by 2025. And we are very happy to report that we are on track and looking forward to even further scale up of the business. So what we are here today, we wanted to do a panel on impact of digitization on Indian economy, right? And as we were debating within the Smbhav team, how should we even run the session, given the exuberance of the sector that we have seen. Just look at the last 5 or 7 years. You saw a lot of stats here today. I actually wanted to just substantiate it with some sort of customer and business level data here just to see where the exuberance is going, right? Indians are the most intense data users from a mobile and internet platform perspective in the G20, right? Indian digital payment market is the second largest in the world already. You've heard these stats before. This is something you may not have heard. Indians are one of the largest contributors to AI publications in terms of paper and authored journal articles and so on, and GitHub commits in the world. And the fourth one, which is personally dear to me, is 6 million out of the approximately 60 million MSMEs that we have in the country have already listed their product and sold their product online or have actually been part of a B2B transaction and purchased products online, right? That's a large change that has happened almost in the last 5 or 7 years. As Rasu mentioned, it's almost like a blink of an eye, right? So we wanted to just see, like, given this exuberance, how should we even structure this conversation on a topic that is that large, right? And what we synthesized in our minds was as follows, right? Customers and businesses are consuming and creating data at an unprecedented rate. If you look at sort of the innovation spirit that we are seeing in the Indian startup ecosystem, even in big tech, it is sort of world unparalleled at this point, right? The third aspect, if you just look at the focus the government has in terms of creating digital public infrastructure and platforms, it continues to just gather more and more momentum. So given all of this, if you think of it, and of course, with the trends like this, the investment capital that is seeing these trends is also sort of moving in a big way towards India if you just look at global capital flows. So what we thought was, why don't we get these 4 pillars of this digital ecosystem? It is government, startups, big tech, and venture capitalists together, and hear directly from them how they are seeing the next 5 or 10 years evolve as they are looking at information themselves. Right, so it's my pleasure today to sort of invite 4 of the industry's largest stalwarts. I'd like to invite them one by one. First, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, who many of you know is one of India's foremost economists. He's written extensively on the Indian economy and national security. After serving 5 years on Niti Aayog, he is now resumed chairmanship of the Pehle India Foundation, which is a non-profit think tank that he started in 2030. Dr. Rajiv, please, over here. Please welcome him. Joining Dr. Kumar is Rajan Anandan. He's Managing Director of Peak 15 Partners and Search. He's previously played the VP of Google India and Southeast Asia and has played a large role in expanding the internet ecosystem. So Rajan, welcome. Next, we have Srinivasu MN, who's the co-founder of BillDesk, one of India's largest electronic payment service platforms. Vasu holds a PGDM from India's most prestigious business school, IIM Ahmedabad. And before that, before co-founding BillDesk, he was with marquee companies like ITC and Arthur Andersen. And finally, we have Raghava Rao, Amazon's very own VP of Finance and CFO for India and emerging markets. Raghava may kill me for this, but he's a computer science engineer who's found love in the world of finance. And he's, over the last 30 years, played many leadership roles in Amazon and Unilever. So thank you all for joining us here today. Let me open up the conversation with you, Dr. Kumar. And just another statistics, because I found this absolutely baffling. In the last 10 years, the share of digital economy in India tripled. It was sub 4% in 2013. It's hit 11%.
the government is expecting it to hit 20% by 2026. These are phenomenal rates for an economy of the size of India while it is growing in its own right? So from your vantage point, in your times at Niti Aayog and since, what have been the greatest stories that have sort of caused this? And what are the opportunity areas that you see in front of us?
Yeah, so, wonderful to be here, and thanks, and hi to everybody. And let me start off by taking you back, because I did a study in 2006 in the Ministry of Commerce about the threat that e-commerce posed to the retail traders, etc. And then the share was 3%. And the view that one took was that if it goes from 3 to 15, it won't hurt anybody because the volume is growing so big. So the share might be right, but the business doesn't come down. And I think the same story is holding now. And I'm glad to see that it's already 15%, you said, and going to 20%. My thought is that there are 2 or 3 causes for it. One, I think, finally, the small and business enterprises and the traders, 100 million of them, have seen the value in e-commerce. So both B2B and B2C, and then for exports, etc., that Amazon is doing, and for the trade, and so on, they see that they can use this as a very dynamic instrument, vehicle for expanding their business and becoming formalized. So rather than remain local, they can get into the regional production networks and into the, that's one. And 2, of course, is the huge expansion of our digital economy. 850 million smart users, 450 million of them already using content, but a small percentage is using that for e-commerce. So that's the second one. And the third one, I think, is the innovativeness of the e-commerce companies to go beyond English, which has just started, and I think that's a huge expansion. So you've got about 175 million sort of e-commerce users now, I think maybe about 200, so something like that. And the English-speaking population in India is what? Another 200, so you're really coming to the end of that. So therefore, the multilingual expansion, which is waiting to happen, will take it very far. And this is what the government is also encouraging in a very big way, that with open source and all of that stuff. Yeah. I think those are the 3 things. And then last is, of course, the JAM, the opening of the accounts.
The JAM portal.
The JAM Trinity. So the Jandan accounts, so that now 96% of the Indian have a bank account, so they can actually link those accounts.
Digital inclusion
digital inclusion and the growth of the digital public infrastructure. That's the massive thing, which is why now, having started later than the US and China, we're catching up with them very quickly. As you've done with payments, I think we'll do that with e-commerce.
Couldn't agree more, and I think you saw some of the chai card stuff, and the moment we start talking in vernacular languages, sellers just become a lot more comfortable with digital tools
and buyers and users.
So Rajan, I think let me come to you in a similar way, right? Like we've seen increased reach already in terms of sort of digital tools, cloud computing, even AI for that matter. From your perspective, would love to see what macro trends you're seeing from here on. We keep hearing a lot of news bites, but would love to get your perspective, just from an investment capital perspective. How does that part of the ecosystem see the trends?
Thanks, Bhupen, for having us. So, look, basically, if you look at the last decade, go from 2010 to 2020, maybe 2021, India spent over $100 billion, to build the digital economy. 15 was 55 billion was basically the telcos, Jio, Airtel, a little bit of everybody else. I estimate is 25 billion to 30 billion was e-commerce companies, all included. The rest is everybody else, payments, ride-hailing, food delivery, and so on, right? So $100 billion was spent, and the simplest way I like to think about it is, we didn't have roads, and now we have super highways, okay? Now you can't really build fast cars if you have crappy roads, as Niti Aayog has been telling us for a very long time. And now we have these extraordinary roads, and we have the ability to build very fast cars. So what does that mean? So we are investors in tech and tech-enabled businesses that cut across different sectors. One of the sectors we are most excited about is consumer brands, right? So Mamaearth, which is just filed, we are investors in Mamaearth. But our fastest brand to go from 0 to 100 crores of revenue comes from a tier 2 town did it in 9 months, has 25% PAT, profit after tax. And 3 years after launch, Bhupen, they just crossed 450 crores. They sell in India, they sell online, but they have unique insights, they have unique products and things like that, right? So I think the first thing we're seeing now is this ability to build fast cars. And what I mean by that is capital efficient businesses. Because one of the big concerns about the Indian startup ecosystem was, look, we put in like billions of dollars of capital, where are the profits? Right. Well, they're beginning to show up now because you can't build fast cars on slow roads. You can't really drive fast cars on slow roads, right? So in sector after sector, what we're seeing now is this ability to leverage the 700 million Indians who are on the internet every single month, the 400 million Indians who pay using digital payments, the 210 million Indians who buy products, and so on and so forth, right? To build businesses across sectors, right? Consumer products in beauty, personal care, food. I mean, we just invested in a food company, It's like going to be 100 crores in like 12 months in revenue with profits.
That's
this is
incredible.
sort of, and it's not just that, right? Like whether it's education, whether it's financial services, whether it's payments. I mean, if you look at it, India today has about 30 million unique credit card holders. Okay, that's it. There are about 8 unique credit card holders. There are about 80 million credit cards in circulation. What the infrastructure that India has done, right, which is essentially UPI, with credit on UPI, not RuPay on UPI, but credit on UPI, including UPI, India will have, we will see the same thing that happened in payments happen to credit cards, right? So in sector after sector after sector, we're seeing this ability to now leverage, in many ways, reap the benefits of the first 100 billion invested. I think the only other thing I'd say is the cloud for innovation in India. So India today has a twin engine innovation economy, okay? We have one innovation economy that is entirely focused on India across sectors. Every sector in India is innovating, right? Some have large amounts of innovation, some are very, very early. But the other engine is really building for the world, which, in your day job, that's the business that you have. In 2022, and by the way, the only reason you can do that is the cloud, right? Without the cloud, you can't do that. Global cloud. In 2022, 40% of the new startups that raise seed funding between 5 crores and 40 crores, so call it $500,000 US, $5 million US, right? Basically, we're building for the world from day zero. They don't have a single customer in India, be it, and most of these are obviously software companies, right? So they're building vertical SaaS, horizontal SaaS, modern data stack, cybersecurity, etc., but also now brands. Yes. In fact, we must thank you guys. We have one of our brands, that'll soon hit 500 crores. They don't sell in India. They just sell products.
I'm assuming you're referring to Skillmatics and then the dream run that they've had.
You never know. Some of my investor friends are in the room. We don't want them to go ahead and preempt the next round.
No, I think fantastic. I hear you say, I think the agility in the ecosystem is there, and it's really just leveraging the infrastructural investments. Which brings me to you, Vasu, right? You've been at the forefront of this rapid adoption of payment systems. Would love to see how you summarize this sort of dream run. What is sort of your summary view of why this has happened, and what that means for the next sort of 3 to 5 years?
Okay, so we've been in the business for 20 years, so I have a 20-year view of how things have changed. And I think taking off from the point both Rajiv and Rajan made, at least payments has had a dream run, no question about it. I'm not kind of going to repeat the data that's known. Everybody here is a digital payments user in some format. But I think that explosion happened because of a coming together of a lot of things, right? And many of them are perhaps invisible. The 100 billion that Rajan spoke about effectively aids this. Payments is, so to speak, the last mile to any commercial transaction. First or the last mile, depending on how you do it. And it was necessary to solve for it. So I said multiple things came together. The infrastructure came in play. People in remote parts of India had good connectivity. Then there were businesses that needed digital payments to happen. There's an ecosystem of entrepreneurs who responded by creating products. Right? If you just take UPI as an example, it's an infrastructure layer. But why did it really take off? Because people created the necessary apps or the front ends through which people could readily use it. Right? And what did that show? It also showed that if you're solving for a good use case, scale happens. Its scale doesn't need to happen by multiple $1 billion, at least in these kind of things. And to be candid, when it started, it wasn't necessarily the best experience, whether in terms of UI, UX, or even a use case. Correct. But adoption happened. So I think what it gave a lead into the entire ecosystem was, if you're solving for a real thing, India has the scale. I think that was the one part. And UPI, the beauty of it is numbers are very visible, transparent, and it's easy to read. The other thing that happened, I think, if I look at it, this is my personal view, the pandemic helped at least the digital payment story part of it, right? It was a compulsion, people had to do it, and therefore there is no denying, despite all the other, let's say, negatives to it, it advantaged the digital payments as a vertical. But interestingly, I think it is one vertical where the physical behavior translated to the digital advantage, because one of the things that really spurred digital payments was the fact that you could use QRs in the physical face-to-face, right, whether it was in an auto rickshaw, whether it was in a shop, right? And that spurred that behavior, kind of reinforced. And today, I think, while most economists talk of somewhere a hybrid model, convergence, I think India reached there pretty fast, very quickly, right? As many digital payments happen in the non-face-to-face, as we call it, online, as they happen in the shops. In fact, in the last 1 to 2 years, the growth in the face-to-face segment, digital payments, is faster than the online payment segment, pure online.
Interesting.
So that's a big thing, right? It's become digital payments irrespective of end-to-end not being digital. You're doing a physical transaction, but you solve for it digital payments. So that's what we've seen, and I think that's, so to speak, the lubricant for almost any business that runs, that if you can complete a payment digitally, it facilitates many things.
That's amazing. I do have a lot of follow-ups for you, but I think I'll ask Raghava one important question. I think Raghava, Manish also spoke about this. There are lakhs of new age entrepreneurs as well as legacy businesses in India, right? They have very diverse needs and challenges. So how do you see has technology helped in creating a level playing field about both these old sort of legacy but aspirational businesses as well as the new sort of startups who are knocking on the doorsteps?
Thanks, Bhupen. So if you put yourself in the shoes of an entrepreneur, you typically have a product or a service that you're very passionate about, yeah? Because you've built it yourself, you're hyper engaged with it. After that, to scale, you probably need to solve 3 problems. The first problem is to make your potential customer base aware of the product and service that you've got. That's a marketing problem, maybe creating a demand for it. The second problem is you need to supply your product as service to a wide customer base beyond a local geography or a pin code. Correct. So that's a supply problem. And the third, of course, you need to manage the G&A functions, you need to get credit, you need to do the accounting right, you need to take care of compliance, etc. I think from a technology point of view, the proposition for these entrepreneurs, and while you're doing this, you're also fighting against scale. You're an incumbent, and there are large players who already got a share of the entrenched market. So as technology service providers, I think whether it is Amazon or it's a lot of other options that are available, we tell the entrepreneur, focus on the product and service that you're most passionate about. If you're manufacturing it, focus all your energy in making sure it's manufactured at the right quality, at the right price. And if it's a service, make sure that you design the product, the CX, the UX, in probably what is the best way. And there are technology service providers, including Amazon and including others, who then solve the problem of marketing, who solve the problem of distribution, and who then solve the problem of credit or financing or G&A functions. So that helps you surmount the scale disadvantage that most entrepreneurs have.
Absolutely.
And I think that is where really the fillip to the economy sort of comes through. And that is what is going to sort of happen going forward. Yeah.
Excellent. And I think that's probably a good segue, Rajan. I think we've heard from all of you now, and we effectively have heard things like, look, the basic infrastructure is there. We have these fantastic digital roads, physical roads. We have this ability to build companies on the fly and immediately start revenue, including serving global customer from day one, right? So help us think through how you see current investment climate in the startup world, especially when it comes to inclusion and in the smaller cities of India. You already talked about one example. But we'd love to see how this is evolving into sort of the T50 plus cities in India.
Yeah, look, I think the first thing is there's been a narrative now for probably a year and a half about a funding winter, right? See, basically, funding levels today compared to 2021 are very depressed. Just to give you the data, in 2019, India had about 14 billion per year going into startup funding. 2020, that number was 10 billion. 2021, it went to 44 billion. And 2022 was 25 billion. So I always tell my friends in media that, look, you're comparing once in 100 years summer, and now saying, wow, we've got like, it's a cold summer, right? So if you actually look at the trend line, and this year, we'll probably end up at between 10 and 12 billion. So we're pretty much on a trend line. Is it up and to the right? No, but it shouldn't be, right? I mean, and also, by the way, if you go back to 2010, that number was less than $1 billion.
Yeah.
So we pretty much, even this year, we will be up 12x, maybe 13x. So I think that's number one. Number two, if you look at India dedicated funds today, there is over $10 billion of capital that has been raised just in venture capital, okay? I'm not talking about private equity, to invest in Indian startups. Just our firm, Peak 15 Partners, we have over 20,000 crores of capital that we have not invested, right? So there is no funding. Now, by the way, to be able to access that funding, you do need to build a high quality business. Because, 2021, which everybody looks back to, was a year where with very little traction, with lots of ideas, you could raise capital. That environment has changed for a minute. So there's really been there's never been a better time to start up, and there's never been a better time to invest, right? That's number one. I think second to your question, look, I think what digital has done, digital plus all the infrastructure, be it payments, be it e-commerce, be it logistics, what it has done, and also rising income levels across India, what it has done is it has created this ability to build from any town or village.
Indeed.
And not only just have India as a market, but thanks to things like Amazon exports and others, today as the world as a market, right? There's no reason if you're sitting in a city number 150 that you can't build for India, because if you have a really interesting insight for a product or a service, and now you have 700 million Indians connected to the internet, 200 million are buying on e-commerce, so you've got a product, all of a sudden you can do that. So I think the potential is enormous. From a startup standpoint, we'd love to see more venture scale companies being built out of these cities, but that's not necessarily the case, right? You don't have to be funded. In fact, the two happiest startup founders in India are Nitin Kamath of Zerodha and Sridhar Vembu of Zoho. And Mr. Kumar, they haven't raised a single paisa from anybody. So they're the two happiest because they're the most profitable, they generate the most amount of cash, and they've raised no capital. So there's a way to build these businesses, right? So I think, look, today we're in a point in time where regardless of which small city in India you're from, if you have a great idea for a product or a service, there is no reason you can't build a 100 crore company in 2 or 3 years, revenue that is profitable. And there's just no reason you can't build a 1,000 crore company. Now, I realize some of your sellers are even bigger than that already, so they should just 10x their ambition.
That's very inspirational. In fact, I think we spoke a little bit during Surge and during our Propel Accelerator about how even applications are coming from 200 plus cities. Amazon Export Platform already has sellers on 200 cities. So I think, that's really inspirational to hear that, you see 10x as
so Bhupen,
not
I think, as I said,
aspirational.
we've crossed the 0 to 100 crores within a year for a brand from India. I think by 2030, we will have companies that get launched, building for India or building for the world, brands. I'm not talking about software. That will go from 0 to 1,000 crores in 1 year.
In 1 year.
I mean, that is the kind of scale and depth we are now beginning to see.
That's fantastic to hear. And Dr. Kumar, in that way, and then I'll come to you, right? And again, spirit of digital inclusion. How do you see this phenomena permeating? We sort of see this that, I can do physical transactions by going to a vegetable vendor, or, I can pay my auto rickshaw and so on. How do you see the digital inclusion permeating in the smaller towns and cities that form Bharat?
Absolutely. I mean, and I think this is why we in Pehle India Foundation have launched a project called Bharat at 100 and not India at 100, because that's the key. When the 80% move.
And that mental model is so critical.
That mental model is very critical, and that's where the huge potential is, in the sense that the agricultural sector, 50% of the workforce, 18% of the GDP. So that's where, it will have to come up. And I think that's where e-commerce is still yet to penetrate in a very big way. Agricultural products, etc., is a very small percentage of total e-commerce. It's not easy, but nonetheless, agro-processing, warehousing, and selling abroad, and India as it's doing into, organic farming, etc., all of that is a massive thing. But I mean, talking about Sridhar Vembu, who is also the vice chair on our foundation, he has shown this. He's got his offices in Tenkasi, which is on the border of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And all his workers, all his major people are there, senior people are there, and he himself is there. So that can happen now. And once that begins to happen, then Bharat is going to come alive again. And now I know of a company, I shouldn't name it, I think, but because my son worked in it, which is that they are catering only to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. And not just that, locally sourcing and supplying. And locally supplying. So that's begun to happen. And that's beyond a unicorn. I mean, that's now $2 or $3 billion dollars, I think, something like that.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and 10 years, 11 years in practice, and he's into public. So that's happening. But I think the major thing that will happen now, in my view, is that once, the self-help groups, which are 7 lakhs of them, and the women, etc., and they produce a lot of stuff, both mostly local products, etc. They can, if they get into this, then they can capture, if it captures the imagination, their imagination, anything can happen. But one thing that I need to emphasize here, you see, Rajan talked about the digital, highways, etc. That's all right, and now you've got the physical highways also, and then the aviation. What we need for the startup and for the newcomers is 2 things, 2 critical things. One is to lot more lighten the regulatory and compliance burden.
Indeed.
And from Niti Aayog, and the Prime Minister then said it from 15th of August, actually, 67,000 regulatory and compliance burden, which are all at the local level, and which is where the startups get most hurt and and a lot of them. And I think that is beginning to happen because the state governments are now getting into the act to try and solve it. So that's one thing, the regulatory and compliance burden, the lighter the touch, and to realize, which the government has realized, is this the private sector, and the new private sector, which will push it. And the second one is to make the Indian mind, Indian economy, Indian entrepreneur far more export-oriented. It's music to my ears to see that there are so many people working on build for the world, but still the great majority of Indian
We're still getting started.
And therefore, I think, to getting into the regional trade pacts, signing the FTAs, we missed an opportunity with RCEP. But, those are our markets, because those are, our proximate markets, right. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, the India-Africa corridor, etc. Once this becomes the sort of de rigueur, once it becomes mainstream, then you will see a huge expansion, because without external demand, we can't get that explosive growth, in India, because after all, we are a $2,000, $3,000 per capita economy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the spirit I'm getting from it is, why would you build companies that serve just a 3 trillion economy going to 5 trillion when you could be serving the 100 trillion global market? And I think Indian entrepreneurs are sort of responding to that challenge. Right? I think staying with the theme of sort of inclusion and sort of movement across the length and breadth of the country, Vasu, I'll come to you. How can government and businesses work together to promote adoption of digital tools, full value chain on the financial side? Now, right now we're just doing, as you mentioned, the first mile or last mile payment. What do you see as sort of a key enabler for the full spectrum financial tool adoption?
So I think the first thing is whatever is built in digital payments, it's come from the confluence of government, the regulators, and let's say the ecosystem working together. And what are the ways to judge that? If you look at broadly called the fintech space, from enabling, let's say, digital financial tools, the entry bar is pretty low in India compared to other markets where there could be slightly more rigid frameworks, right? That's happened because of an enabling framework where the regulator said that if you have base amount of capital, you can participate in the regulated space. Again, not necessarily visible to the larger market, but there have been multiple changes in background regulation and the framework which enable payments to happen. The most visible one, as I said, is the fact that when you take UPI as a big successful product, there is, you need to understand it's free today, right? There is no business, no consumer who needs to make a payment for UPI. And that's a pretty big call. It's a pretty visionary call to say that we have in hands a product that can pretty much revolutionize the way payments can happen. But for getting the adoption right, you need to remove the friction of a cost to it, right, in the shorter run. So that was done, and I think the results are there for all to see. Now, if you look at financial behavior or what are the tools that would go on to it, it's like a pyramid. You solve for payments, people have gotten comfortable saying there is a way I can trust that when I make a digital payment, which is the last barrier, right? You want your money to be safe. If you have confidence that when you make a payment transaction to me, either by scanning or through an app, the money is going to reach me safely, that layer of trust has been built. Then you start building on it. And I think the next thing that's obviously also relevant to a large bit of your sellers here is the fact that India is solving for how do you make credit available, and that too in a digital fashion. Credit has always been available in.
And do you see that sort of as the next immediate challenge,
Absolutely.
sort of opportunity?
Solve for payments, then you solve for credit, then you solve for the remaining financial tools around investment. Because as you go up the curve, there's a lot more education and a lot more sophistication needed from the providers in the space. But I think that's the inevitable journey here.
Excellent. And I think, Raghav, again, on the same theme of inclusion in smaller cities, how do you see players like Amazon contributing towards accelerating sort of businesses coming out of these parts of the country?
So connecting with what I said earlier, an entrepreneur needs to solve for the problem of making their product available, well-known, discovered, and supplied to a wide customer base. At Amazon, we make the listing process very smooth so that if you're an entrepreneur who has a product to sell, it's very easy to list on Amazon as a marketplace. And then we offer tools to make sure that your product is discovered by a wide set of customers, including potential customers who come to the site for browsing, shopping, who are searching for something very unique, etc. And once an order is placed, we make sure that we handle the end-to-end part of it in terms of cash flows to make sure that your money is received on time into your bank account, irrespective of the fact that the end customer may be paying cash on delivery, or they may have paid through a prepaid card, or they may have paid through installments. Correct. So in that sense, we also solve the problem of affordability for your customers without the entrepreneur having to build solutions himself or herself part of it. So those are the ways in which we solve the digitization needs of entrepreneurs. And obviously, we make sure that your customer base is not restricted to a certain geography. It is much more widespread, as Rajan and Rajiv and others were saying. It's not just India, but it is also global in nature. So that's the way in which we solve the digitization problem. And actually, we're getting very good traction. So one of the metrics we track is in any of our sales or promotion events, what percentage of PIN codes in India have placed orders? And that number is like an amazing 99.5% or so.
Yeah.
The other metric on the supply side we track is what percentage of our seller base or registered come from tier 2 and tier 3 towns. And that number is about 60% or so, which tells you how inclusive and widespread the entire supply side is that comes for digitized solutions onto a market.
That is very heartening, and that number is only going to increase from here on. All right. Let me actually change gears and actually therefore say look at more forward-looking stuff. And Dr. Kumar, I'll come to you in that. If you have to define success and you have to set goals for ourselves as an ecosystem, how would you say for the digital economy next 5 to 7 years, what would you anchor specifically to meet? What type of goals you would suggest for the ecosystem?
Well, I think because it's tied to the question that you asked, because how we do it, just to carry on a little bit of what Raghav said, I don't know whether you already are, Amazon is on sort of completely voice-driven ordering. And if you do that, and therefore included also the 2,000 dialects that we have in this country, so that will change Amazon India into Hamara Amazon.
Yeah.
And that's what we, and once you do that, I think that will be the huge explosion can take place. What will happen in the digital world is basically the growth of the Indian economy. It'll just parallel that and probably accelerate further than that. So if the Indian economy, and I personally believe that 6% is, yes, good, but not good enough, and we have the potential actually to grow double digit, 9%, and that is probably what will happen once it starts exploding. So the digital world will probably grow nominally, 9 is real, so it will grow at about 20-25% per annum. And that means that you double every 3 years if you're growing at 25%. And no reason to believe that it has to be different. I was talking to Uday Kotak and saying that this is how the payments have grown. I mean, even more. It's sort of much bigger. So I think if you just compound that growth rate, and then what will happen is that digital can become one of the drivers of the economy. So as you modernize the trade sector, as you modernize the payment sector, as you modernize, the sort of export sector, etc., all of that can become. And I think the biggest connection here would be if, as you said yourself, if digital highways can actually connect India, integrate India into the world economy. We are just still 1.67% of merchandise world trade.
Yeah, indeed.
Think of it, why can't we get 5x here? We can, China has done it, and so we can do it. And just last thing is that, China and India both were about 7% of the world per capita income in 1990. We were 6, they were 7. We are now 820, which is very good, 3 times, etc. China is now more than 100% of the world average per capita. That's the one to go, and that's where we are headed, to go that. And I think the digital will make it possible to really, think beyond, these numbers of 6, 7.
It's interesting you mentioned like voice, especially vernacular voice becoming part. And I think we do talk about in Amazon how voice searches, the share of voice searches.
I don't know what percentage of your orders come through voice searches now, but what I've seen, and my wife and I are both farmers also near Hapur, and we grow through natural farming, we do that. But people all over there are into voice, and idea of using this is now, So I get voice messages from the chap who's working on my field, saying, and not.
Yeah, we've already seen people leave
WhatsApp
that, messages
your expansion
rather than.
possibilities are just amazing. They just go beyond everything. But there you have to work hard. So then you got, your voice changing every 50 kilometers in India. And therefore, can you do that?
Which Vasu presents me an interesting question.
Can I make one other point?
Yeah,
which is that, and I was saying this here, which is that, India is yes, but one of the major lessons from me from Niti Aayog is that every state is a different market in India. And so you've got to cater, because, UP, where I come from, 250 million people, and itself has 4 very distinct parts.
And very different dialects and very different.
And geographies and economies and futures. So I think what you need to think through, and this is happening. And then there is, the sky is the limit as far as I'm concerned.
So Vasu, in that spirit, are we in a place where voice payments will happen in the next 3 to 5 years?
Can happen, and I think but to be very honest, payments has been solved for as a basic construct, right? So to Rajesh' example, this superhighway has been laid down in terms of it to happen. Money can move, whether it's 1 rupee or 1 crore rupees can move in real time without a cost. So you solved for that. What can happen next is what all do people build on top of it specific to their needs, right? So to early example, Zerodha wouldn't have succeeded if people didn't know how to move money in real time for their option trades. So I think we will see that happen, right? How does credit move? How does investment move? And I think if there's one thing to be solved for there is small ticket investments. People still haven't figured that out. So you go to the remotest of village, people can do digital payments. What you need to figure out, how do you leverage it for specific businesses? Regular small and medium business are figured out. You have a QR code, you're collecting payments. What needs to be solved for is if you're going to solve for how do people invest into insurance, let's say, or buy mutual funds. You have to solve for multiple things, right? How do you get to a 10 rupee daily SIP and not a 1,000 rupee per month? So those will inevitably happen as each business builds its own layer.
Interesting. Raghava, coming to you, we get into the wrap-up part of the panel. Sitting where you are, what are the top 3 things you want to tell entrepreneurs and business owners in the audience here as they aspire to tap into the next version of the digital economy?
I think the first thing that I want to tell them is to stay customer focused. Make sure that the product and service that you're building is designed exactly to solve for the customer needs and doing so in a differentiated manner. Clearly, that's where, like I said earlier, your passion lies. So make sure that you're absolutely focused on the customer and you're building a product that is designed for them and is differentiated from what others might be offering. So that's the first advice that I would give. The second advice I would give is embrace technology in a very large manner. Now, it's possible that the product and service that you're building is very down to earth. It may be, I don't know, let's say some piece of clothing or some organic food item or something else which may not have a large digital technology component. But it's important for you to switch to a mental model where you embrace digital technology for marketing, for distribution, for supplies, for popularizing your product, advertising, etc. And make the effort to learn about this technology and embrace it through whatever Amazon or some of the other service providers that you've got. That's the second advice I would give. The third one is be prepared for taking some degree of risk and thinking long term, and take that risk in a manner that you're comfortable with, but be patient. It's always true. Sometimes people tend to overestimate what will happen in the next 2 years, but they seriously underestimate what could happen in the next 10 years. And I think we are very fortunate to be living in an era where there's rapid digitization that is happening. So summarizing, if you're focused on your customer or consumer, you're building a product which is awesome, you're embracing digital technology, and you're patient and you're taking the right degree of risk that you're comfortable with. These are the 3 pieces of advice.
Yeah, I think that's very well summarized. Like, stay customer obsessed, become digital native, and take the proportionate risk. Rajan, I'll ask you the last question of the session. The entire world is the opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs today, right? What would your advice be as people are making in India and building for the world? How should they think about product, services, and how should they think about their organization of the startup?
Yeah, I think, it's like building any business. You got to focus on customers. I do think customers have great service, have great products. But I do think, especially if you're going global for the first time, right, figuring which markets you want to focus on is very important. So for instance, the 40+% of new Indian startups that are building for the world from day zero, almost all of them are building for the US. But it's a very, very specific user base, be it developers for X or whatever, right? So I think I think focus is really, really important. I think the second is, yesterday I hosted Harsh Mariwala, the founder of Marico, at one of our internal sessions. And, Harsh has this view, which is, it's really all about the team, right? If you're going to build a global business, you've got to have somebody on your team that understands and ideally has actually built global businesses, because what you don't want is your team members learning on your dime how to build a global company, right? So I think it's about the team. So it's about focus, it's about the team, and I think it's about the right set of partnerships. Obviously, you all have some extraordinary set of capabilities, but I think, look, this is the decade. The next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to see just extraordinary businesses built from everywhere in India, building for every part of the world. So there's never been a better time.
That is such an inspirational way for the sellers and partners in our audience. I would really like to thank all of you for coming here and just sharing your thoughts. Truly, it is India's century, as Jeff has said, and it's really wonderful that we get to be part of making it happen. So thank you, and talk to you soon.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
एलेक्सा, पीटी उषा का पूरा नाम क्या है?
शिक्षकों की इस विकासखंड में काफ़ी कमी है। उस उद्देश्य से स्मार्ट शाला यहाँ स्टार्ट किया गया और इसी कड़ी में हम लोग ने एलेक्सा को जोड़ा। बच्चों का उत्साह काफ़ी बढ़ते गया, तो ऐसा लगा कि एलेक्सा की आवश्यकता है।
यूनिवर्स बहुत बड़ी जगह है। सारी बच्चियाँ जो हैं सुदूर अंचलों से हैं, नक्सली पीड़ित क्षेत्रों से हैं। जब से स्मार्ट क्लास चालू किया है तब से ये बच्चियाँ बिल्कुल निर्भीक हो गई हैं।
हम सर से तो पूछ नहीं पाते, तो हम एलेक्सा से अपने दोस्त की तरह उसको पूछते हैं।
सो हम लोग को भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि बच्चे इस तरह से इस वे में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो फर्स्ट टीचर हम लोग हैं, सेकंड टीचर हमारी एलेक्सा है।
विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड बच्चों के लिए डिजिटल डिवाइड, खास करके स्मार्टफोन, लैपटॉप जैसी चीज़ों का ना होना और एक्सेसिबिलिटी का ना होना एक बड़ी चुनौती है। उस चुनौती के समय में हमें ये एलेक्सा जैसी डिवाइस ध्यान में आई।
3 महीना पहले एग्ज़ाम के पहले हमें ये एलेक्सा डिवाइस मिला और मैं हाई स्कूल की परीक्षा में हमारा बहुत सहयोग किया।
Well, everyone, as you know, yesterday was a super blue moon. And I'm sure, like me, if you were looking up there, you were looking up at the moon yesterday, there would have been that feeling of pride in you, that there's a little piece of India up there on the moon. So that moment of pride leads me to our very special next guest. For all of you fellow enthusiasts of science, of leadership, and space exploration, please allow me to introduce the remarkable Dr. Jitendra Singh, a name synonymous with excellence, with innovation, with dedication. Dr. Singh serves as a beacon of inspiration in the realm of science, governance, and space achievements. He is the Union Minister of State, independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. He's Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy, and the Department of Space. Dr. Jitendra Singh embodies a rare blend of scientific acumen and administrative prowess. His multifaceted role underscores his unwavering commitment to shaping a brighter future for India and beyond, exemplified, of course, by his leadership during India's historic Chandrayaan mission. Please put your hands together for for Dr. Jitendra Singh coming up to join us.
Thank you. At the outset, I think thank you for the beautiful introduction. I don't know whether I deserve it, but I like to trust it, believe what is said about me. Thank you, very kind of you. I'm indeed delighted to be here this afternoon for more than one reasons. A, that it has been an association with the Amazon Annual Summit, which has sustained over the years. I was here last year also. I think that was something called Smbhav Entrepreneurship Challenge. And then a year before last for the keynote address. So I'm glad I'm able to maintain this consecutive, successive relationship. And I'm also delighted because this is happening close on the heels of Chandrayaan, as was being mentioned. So the entire mood is buoyant all across the country, across the nation, all sections. And every Indian is looking up with excitement, amusement at anything that is directly or indirectly related with science, technology, innovation. So there's not only enthusiasm, there's also a sense of esteem and sense of pride and looking at what happens next with a huge degree of awe. And now we have the Aditya coming out day after. And as I said, I'm delighted for more than reasons. This is also precisely the time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi has completed 9 years as the head of the government at the center and has been reiterating all across as far as the science, technology, innovation and startups, synergy or integration amongst the various stakeholders, the R&D, the startups, the academia, the researchers, the industry, because all of us would agree that the era of silos is over, and if we have to grow from here onwards, it has to be a holistic growth. So it has to be an integrated growth. And I can see the demarcation between the private and the public vanishing away. And in the spirit of that thought, it's quite encouraging, quite reassuring to see that Amazon is actually working in that direction and has the potential, if I may say in a single sentence, has the potential to integrate technology with the business dynamics So you are performing a task which is also very high on the priority of the government's approach towards promoting science-driven economy, technology-driven economy through entrepreneurship startups. And I believe when the Amazon CEO, Mr. Andy Jassy, had called on Prime Minister Modi, there was also reference to the grassroots logistics. And apparently, the work is happening in that direction at the behest of Amazon. So that makes the bond all the more supplemented and fruitful. I was just now going through the exhibits, the AI-driven digital assistants. And when I was displaying, my first thought was, I asked the boy displaying that, I said, what would happen to you? Would you be required any more a few years later? Because everything is happening on its own. So you won't have the seller there, you won't have the buyer there. Maybe the same app would be available on your mobile, so you can operate from your place wherever you are. But I'm glad that at least Amazon has made a headway in that. So one of the first to get initiated into that. And I was also told about the partnership that you have engaged with the railways to encourage, to make it easy for the MSMEs, for the delivery, even through that virtual walkthrough, and also with the post. So I think all this is eventually going to take us a step forward in the direction of what we call as the ease of doing business, particularly for the MSMEs, which are the greatest stakeholders and also the potential beneficiaries of all the activity undertaken by the Amazon. India today, you would agree, is an upward march, and I think one of the best times happening as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. Over the last 9 years, the number of startups has gone up from 350 to about 125,000 or so. So it's an amazing quantum leap. And the world is recognizing it. Today we stand at number 3 as far as the startup ecosystem is saying. So what I'm saying is not what I'm saying or the government saying or anybody saying out of any subjective bias. It's the world global parameters. And obviously so, because if we have to grow further from here, we have to live up to the global parameters. We have to prove ourselves on the global parameters, global indices. And we have to prepare ourselves, we have to be ready to meet the global competition, to enable ourselves to ensure for ourselves a global role or a global lead. So these are the international standards which are hailing India's quantum journey. And the entire journey is going to be technology-driven, as is for every other nation of the world today. Similarly, in the Global Innovation Index, we were 81, we jumped 41 places, we are now 40. So this is again a parameter which is laid down by others, not by us. In economy, we are already the fastest growing economy at number 5. And many of us get some kind of a pleasure when they realize that you have overtaken the United Kingdom. Even after so many years of having gone through what we went through. And now you are looking forward to be at number 3. As far as the space is concerned, because a lot of attention, energy, and talk being occupied by our activities in the space sector of late, ever since this Chandrayaan came into the scene. You would recall where we started off. We started off from a very primitive stage when countries like USA and the Soviet Union were already on the verge of landing a human being on the surface of the moon. And we were just singing nursery rhymes, Chanda Mama Dur Ke, etc. And in 1960 or so, we were so devoid of resources that persons like our founding fathers, like Sarabhai, were constrained to carry the launchers on the carriage of the bicycle. But that only goes on to prove that there was no dearth of human talent or human potential or the capacity to work, the capacity to put in labor, or also the capacity to dream high. What was possibly lacking was resources available through the policy planning quarters or the kind of prioritization that should have happened at the level of the political or the ruling dispensation of the time. And that has been made up after Modi came in 2014. It's miraculous, I think, is going to be one of the biggest highlights of the recent times, that the space sector, which was forbidden for everybody is now open to everybody. I mean, till about 2014 or even till recently, till 2019. And why I'm saying so is that I think someday this would be a matter of research, a matter of study for some of the scholars. Why this quantum jump happened? How did it happen? It happened because we had actually made ourselves prisoner of our own imposed, self-imposed barriers, self-imposed shackles. We were working behind a veil of secrecy. Nobody was allowed to peep inside the gates of the Sriharikota. Occasionally, a launching happened, and you would see in a remote corner of a newspaper a single column news of a satellite launch happened or a rocket being launched, and nobody could figure out where actually the Sriharikota is. So it's become almost like a public place. That day when the Chandrayaan was launched on the 14th of July, we had as many as about more than 1,000 media persons at a place which media was never allowed. We had thousands of boys and girls from colleges and schools. We had people from all walks of life, even including politicians and ministers from down Punjab to Telangana and Kerala. So that is also the reason the entire nation owns up now every mission and looks at it as its own mission. But on the other side, in the context of the subject that we are talking today, it has generated huge amount of financial resource as well. The industry is there willing to invest. It was there, but it was not allowed to happen till the space sector got unlocked 4 years back. Again, with a very courageous decision taken by Prime Minister Modi. We just had about 3 or 4 startups. Today we have more than 150, just within 3 years. And some of them are also turning into entrepreneurs, which will, very soon, I think they will be soliciting assistance and support from agencies like Amazon as well. We are just about 8 billion economy. And our conservative projection says that we started moving faster, so we'll be possibly 40 billion by 2040. But only the other day, I think 2 days back, I was reading the ALD report, which is supposed to be quite a credible report, Arthur Little report, which mentions that we could go up to 100 billion. So the other countries have a higher evaluation of the pace at which we are rising, though we may be conservative in judging ourselves. So all this has happened in the last few years, and that's why I say this is one of the best times for all of us to join together in this collaboration. Our bioeconomy, which was an unexplored sector, was just about 10 billion value, 10 billion USD value till 10 years back. It's now 80 billion. We go up to 100 billion, that is 150 billion by 2025. That's the projection. And whole lot of these unexplored sectors. This is the whole bioeconomy. And I tell you, when you're talking of MSMEs and you're talking of collaboration, these are the unexplored sectors which are going to add value to India's economy. The huge Himalayas, which remain unexplored. We have 3-4 states lying in the lap of Himalayas. Himachal, Uttarakhand, Arunachal, Jammu Kashmir. We started a Roma mission and given the world what is now described popularly as the Purple Revolution. Even now we have about 3,000 agri-startups. Agri-startup is something which is quite exclusive to India. Unfortunately, we got stuck up in the IT because the concept of startup came from there and landed in Bengaluru, which was a city of ITs. We thought it's all about IT. But no 2 words in English language mean the same. So our exclusive domain is agri-startups. And these boys and girls who are making a fortune out of it, as I said, the lavender entrepreneurship, the Roma entrepreneurship, many of them are not even graduates. May not be even the science scholars. So these are exclusive domains. The ocean domain, we have 7,500 long kilometer coastal line, longest in the world. We are known as Indian Ocean, no other world. Australia is a country, an island, and a continent. But the ocean is not known as Australian Ocean because our forefathers realized the wealth lying inside the ocean. And it's only 2 years back we started this mission called Samudrayaan and the deep sea mission which Prime Minister announced on the ramparts of Red Fort. And very soon when we start exploring the metals, the biodiversity, the minerals lying at the bed of the sea, there's going to be a huge, huge value addition in bulk to India's economy. So these are some of the new areas which are waiting to be explored, which had not been explored so far. And when we talk of the goal of 5 trillion economy, I'm sure the collaboration with agencies like Amazon and all the other stakeholders is going to make it possible. Because when you engage all these stakeholders, you also start thinking of the Himalayas, you also start thinking of the oceans, you also start thinking of those assets which remained where they were, and you were just aping the ITs and the foreign preferences. And therefore, as India emerges as one of the fastest growing innovation-led economies, I'm sure this collaboration has an important role to play as a bridge between the private and the public sector, between the government and the industry, and most of all, between the capacity resources and the MSMEs, because many of the MSMEs are devoid of the kind of capacity that they require, which may not be financial essentially, but the otherwise, and also the kind of awareness. The other day, I was in one of the MSME expos, and they displayed a stall with electric buses. So I asked the entrepreneur there, I said, why don't you enter into hydrogen also? He said, we are not aware, is it being handled somewhere? So I told him, we have in Pune, we've come out with the first indigenous hydrogen-driven bus in the National Chemical Lab, Pune, the famous lab there, over there. So we have so much happening in India, but we are not aware of it, because we have got stuck in the priorities which are dictated by others. And we never actually had the aptitude to look at what was essentially Indian. And when we talk of Atmanirbhar Bharat, it's not merely a slogan, it actually has a deep, essential essence. And therefore, when I say it's interesting time, it's also interesting because the mood I see in this room today could not have been imagined about 15 years back. A whole lot of youngsters over there. That's also because there's a gradual shifting away of the mindset and the mood from the sarkari naukari. If these boys and girls were sitting here about 20 years back, their parents would be calling them, ask them to get home back, prepare for the exam, for the next competition to enter into services. Today, there is an awareness that we have avenues outside sarkari naukari which could be much, much more lucrative, and the rozgar or the employment does not essentially mean sarkari. So that's also because we took 3 generations to get out of that feudal colonial mindset which was ingrained in us. So, as a whole, the milieu is supportive, the mood is supportive, the government patronage is easily forthcoming, and that's why I said it's one of the best times, and I would conclude by just making a small submission and a suggestion, if it could be found feasible by the management of the MSME, that you are in a big way supporting the MSMEs, but you could also look forward to creating MSMEs. So young MSMEs with young entrepreneurs. Because we have a population of 70% below the age of 40, and they are the ones who are going to live for the next 25 years to see the dawn of 2047. So how far could we actually contribute in creating this new generation in diverse fields, moving also outside all those traditional fields that we have been working, and also giving ourselves the satisfaction of having contributed to the making of Century India in 2047. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with me.
Request you to just wait on the stage. Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspiring address. And you're right, there's a lot that needs to be done, but to have the government emphasizing innovation and entrepreneurship and science, I think that's where that's really becomes a source of inspiration and a catalyst for change. I'd just like to invite Mr. Russell Gardinetti and Mr. Manish Tiwari to please come up and join us on the stage. I also call upon Srimati Manju Kumar, the Chief Postmaster General, Delhi Circle, to join us. Can I now request the Honourable Minister of State, Shri Jitendra Singh, to release the Amazon corporate stamp presented by the Chief Postmaster General. And can I request Manju Kumarji to please present the first album to the, there. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir. Anytime. Look forward to catching. Thank you.
Energize yourselves. We'll resume shortly. Please be back here by 2:25.
In जब निकलते हैं लोड कर
मेरे को समझ आया, मुझे बेनिफिशियल लगा, तो मैंने उसमें भी रजिस्टर करा। उन्होंने खुद सारा प्रोसेस कराया। इसमें उन्होंने मुझे समझाया था अमेज़ॉन से, जब मेरे पास कॉल आया था कि इसमें आपको दिल्ली, इनसाइड दिल्ली इसमें काफ़ी विजिबिलिटी बढ़ेगी। अभी तो मेरी लर्निंग एज है और जितना लर्न करो उतना कम है। मेरे फादर ने ही सिखा रखा है। 2 चीज़ें मेरे को बता रखी, एक पेशेंस और एक लर्निंग, जो हमेशा रखनी चाहिए आदमी को।
जब ये ऑनलाइन ट्रेड हमने स्टार्ट करा था तो स्टार्टिंग में हम लोगों को बहुत हेजिटेशन था, थोड़ी सी दिमाग में परेशानी थी कि
ख्वाब के लाखों पर्चे अपनी झोली में भर के करने चला ये तय नई सड़कें। प्रगति है जिसमें उस सौंधी सी मिट्टी में बोए इसने पौधे सफर के। आईटी की ताकत साथ में ले आया और दुगना भरोसा कमाया। पेड़ बना ये पौधा सर चूमा आसमां का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। पहुंचा जहां जहां भी वहां वहां सजाती है त्योहार वाली लड़ी। ऐसा हुआ ये अपना संभव हुआ हर सपना, दिल इसने बटोरे कई। अब मिट्टी से इसका नाता जैसे बाती और दिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। फिल्मों का जादू छोटे पर्दे पे ले आया और आंखों में सबकी समाया। हर ख्वाहिश हर फरमाइश ये सबके दरवाजे पे अब अगले ही दिन है ले आया। वादों का है पक्का पक्का अपनी जुबां का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। कितने काबिल कारीगर हाथों ने इसको थामा, जिनके रग रग में बहता है जादू कोई पुराना। सक्षम और साहसी नारी भी बन गई सहेली, बरकत वाली ताकत रखती है जिनकी हथेली। इनकी आवाजों को मंच दिया दुनिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। रहते रहते सीख गया ये इस मिट्टी की बोली, लहजे में नए रंग लाया।
What happened in 2018?
2018 में Amazon.in हिंदी में आने लगा।
में ले आया तड़का एक नई जुबा का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। हरी भरी सी ताजगी हर थाली में पहुंचाई, हर चीज काम की अब फौरन है आई। रेल बना जो साथी तो खूब जमी ये जोड़ी, रफ्तार और कदमों ने पाई। सबके लिए ले आया सामान हर सुविधा का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। नन्हे कदमों से चलकर जो बड़े रास्तों पर है, जोशीले से ये साथी बड़े निडर हैं। विश्वास मिला है इनका अब आसमान छू लेंगे, हम तारों के आगे चलेंगे। पूरा किया हर वादा, दुगना है अब इरादा, दुगना हुआ है हमको यकीन। अब साथ है हवा भी, जाएंगे हम जहाँ भी, छलांगे लगाए नहीं। 10 सालों का साथ नहीं ये रिश्ता है सदा का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का।
Hey everyone, I do hope you're having a good time, and I do hope you had a really good lunch. If you missed that, that was really something. But it's time now to move on to our post-lunch sessions, and we've got some really good sessions lined up for you. The next phase, it's a very special guest whom I have to welcome onto the stage. Our upcoming speaker is a luminary. He's luminary in the realm of advertising. Piyush Pandey, the chairman of Global Creative at Ogilvy Worldwide. He's also the executive chairman of Ogilvy India. He's got multiple honors from the Padma Shri and a range of others, a testament, of course, to his contributions to the entire field. He's, by the way, pioneered the infusion of indigenous perspectives into Indian advertising, a visionary effort that has really reshaped the industry's landscape for a considerable period of time. Please welcome onto the stage Mr. Piyush Pandey.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Good afternoon to everybody, and don't go by what Vikram says, because he's a college friend of mine, and a few years junior. He doesn't want to be nasty to me, so he says all the good things. Okay, we have very little time, so I'll get to the point as fast as I can. Number one thing is I don't get the opportunity of spending time with so many young entrepreneurs and innovators. So I'm looking forward to it. There are a number of things that I've worked on which have parallels in a very different way, and perhaps some lessons for you. I'm going to stick to that and take you through a journey where life was not very different. I'm going to talk to you about two brands that I have lived with for 40 years, and they were small startups. And these were Asian Paints and Pidilite. Asian Paints, I remember doing an ad for Asian Paints in the 80s, where Gattu was carrying the brush, and on a milestone, he was writing 100 crores. It is 34,000 crores company today. And Pidilite was much smaller than that, and it's a 12,000 crore company. And I'm not getting into valuations, otherwise it'll go into some lakhs. Those are the numbers you guys count. And I always say, look at the share of the market and not evaluations if you want to go somewhere. That's my belief. You may or may not agree with it. Now, if you go to how did these people build their businesses? Every business is built first on distribution. So they build their distribution slowly and softly in those days, 70s and 80s. And you have no such problem. Your great partners in Amazon. Distribution is not that difficult for you. And that reminds me of a story, that how strong the distribution is. I have a slightly large house in Goa, That's the only place I can get a large house. And my wife and I were staying there. My mother-in-law was staying there. And there is a fairly large fleet of helpers. One day, one friend of ours who was a captain on a ship, he said, "You got a large house, you got some elderly people here. Have you ever done a fire drill?" So I said, "No, we have never done a fire drill. So I'll teach you how to do a fire drill. So I said, "I don't want to see this. I've seen it in hotels and cruises and all. So I'm going to stand in the balcony." So he went and said, "Fire, fire, fire." All of them assembled under a tree. And he started off, I said, hang on. Give it 5 minutes, the Amazon guy will be here. He's here every day. So he also must know the drill. So that's the kind of distribution that you command. And thereafter, you obviously get into your scenario of performance marketing. I don't know who got this word, as if the others don't do performance. So that bewilders me at times. And the game is fantastic. I mean, if you go to, and I'm going to take some examples which you may not like, but the funda is the same. When you go to a place which is famous for chana jor garam, and there are 15 guys selling it. So, which one do you go for? There's somebody who's got to carry something more than performance marketing. And I'll get to the point shortly. When you go to a place which is selling a whole lot of watermelons, lines, if you go to Bombay to Pune, very sexy looking watermelons. Which one do you buy? Probably you buy the one that was singing the best song, because they all look the same. And performance marketing, actually, you are looking the same. What the Pidilites and the Asian Paints did was they got into some image building at some point of time. Because somebody will replicate your product. Somebody will be there on that performance marketing. But if you have something going for you which touches the heart, you probably have an advantage. And that's why I took the examples of Pidilite and Asian Paints. So I want to show you something, brands which were launched, and launched not just in my era, but launched by me. And they are big brands today. What were they doing? They were creating an image while they were doing all those things that you do. They were in the shops, where they were placed in the shops. That was their performance marketing. When they were distributed in various outlets, that was their distribution. They didn't have Amazons. But they were trying to do their best in those scenarios. And that is the difference. Have a look at these 3 ads. Ladies who are supposed to help me.
मेरा वाला ब्लू नहीं, मेरा वाला एप्कोलाइट कहिए। जो शेड एप्कोलाइट में नहीं, वो शायद कहीं नहीं।
मारो वालो क्रीम।
So that's how they came up with these brands and built these brands. And I believe there is a lot of discussion amongst you people that advertising is too expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive. You will have to negotiate with the Amazons of the world to give you some placement which helps you in your image building and doing it in a consistent fashion. So that those same people, when they come to buy a paint or a adhesive, they have a chosen one because you have touched their heart somewhere. And touching their hearts is a matter of consistency. You can't do one ad and say, okay, now I'm gone. I spent all my money. You don't have to spend all your money. These are creative products, and I still remember with a very big multinational asked me one day about Fevicol. I said, how come this, and this is a long time back, when 30 crores was a big expenditure. They said, Piyush, tell me, how do they spend 30 crores? And I told this large multinational, I said, because they use their heads, unlike you. You run stupid ads 30 times a day. They run a great ad once in 30 days. And people think that it runs all the time. So these marketers were smart. They were smart. They were doing the same things as you with a different name. And they were consistent. And after 60 years, the brands have been consistent. I'm going to talk to you about two stories. One of Fevicol of 2 years back, and one of Asian Paints. See these two ads, then I'll talk about them.
शर्मा की दुल्हन जो ब्याह के आई, संग टू सीटर सोफा ले आई। पड़ गयो नाम शर्मा इनका सोफा, हाय रे शर्मा इनका सोफा। शर्मा इन बहन का ब्याह कराइन, सोफा पे नवा कपड़ा चढ़ाइन। बन गयो वो मिसरा इनका सोफा, हाय रे मिसरा इनका सोफा। मिसरा इनका लड़का कलेक्टर बनेलू, सोफा पे रख जीन चमड़ा चढ़ेलू। बन गयो कलेक्टर इनका सोफा, हाय रे कलेक्टर इनका सोफा। कलेक्टर की बिटिया लव मैरिज करेली, सोफा पे बंगाली किरमिट चढ़ेली। बन गयो वो बंगालन का सोफा, हाय रे बंगालन का सोफा। 12 घरों का प्यार निपटाओ, सोफा 60 का होने को आओ। देखी गंगा पार की शादी, देखी देश के बाहर की शादी। अब कोई ब्याह कराए या न कराए, हाय पर सोफा बनाए तो दिल से बनाए।
हर घर चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है।
कितना झगड़ा किया था तुमने इस हरे रंग को।
छत बताती है ये किसका आसमां है, रंग कहते हैं किसका ये जहां है, कमरों में किसकी कल्पना झलकती है। इस फर्श पर नंगे पैर किसके बच्चे चलते हैं, कौन चुन चुन के इसे प्यार से सजाता है, कौन इस मकान में अपना घर बसाता है। हर घर चुपचाप से ये कहता है कि अंदर इसमें कौन रहता है। एशियन पेंट्स, क्योंकि हर घर कुछ कहता है। If you look at both these ads, none of them is desperately selling anything. They are both image builders. If you look at 60 years of Fevicol, it's not saying that you have to use this much and goes there and goes there. Nothing. Just saying 60 years of fantastic association and changing lives of people from marriages, taking their point of view. And if you look at Asian Paints, when I wrote that ad, I also didn't know, client also didn't know, that from a paint company, it would become a home decor company. Today, Har Ghar Kuch Kehta has become something which drives their brand completely. They've made kitchens they made wallpaper, they made all kinds of things. So it is the brand philosophy now. It doesn't say anything what kind of paints you sell, what I just showed you. But that is the difference you can make. That is the difference, whichever way. I'm not saying go and make TV ads, but something about you that moves somebody. Something about you. Did I talk to you about Bikaneri Bhujia? No. Bikaner is known for Bikaneri Bhujia. You go there, hundreds of shops, they all sell Bikaneri Bhujia. But in between there comes the Haldiram. This Bhujia is no different from the Jaldiram from the other side, only fast food hota hai Jaldiram. And you have Bikaji. You have 2-3 of them which have become world brands. And you guys are going to get into world brands. I was in the south of France once, and there was a Haldiram out there with everything written in French. I say, hello, this is great stuff. And as you go into world markets, you will go into languages, some as I showed you right now, or turn it to their environment. They will work anywhere. They're all universal ideas. You'll have to see what suits your budget. But definitely don't think of budgets being something that stop you. They cannot stop you. If I like you as a person, I won't judge you on your CV. I'll judge you on the kind of person you are, the kind of person that I want to associate with. That's the way it always goes. And all these guys were highly creative people. As I told you earlier, that they didn't spend that kind of money. And as you go into a business, you will buy some other businesses. I'm sure you will buy some other businesses, and you'll do well in those. Pidlite bought a brand called M-Seal from Mahindra & Mahindra for 20 crores. And I met Anand Mahindra at a party, and he said, "You are such an asshole." I said, "Why, Anand? You had never spoken to me like this." He said, "If you had made this ad at that point of time, I wouldn't have sold the brand." It's 450 crores now. And then they bought a brand for 50 crores, which is now 850 crores. I was at their board meeting recently. Have a look at those. This is creativity at its best, madness.
देख लो बच्चों।
अरे ये बात मत पिलाना बाबा। बाबा ये क्या है बाबा? बाबा इतना तो टैक्सी में आने जाने का भाड़ा लग जाता है बाबा। हाँ मान गए भाई। बाबा मैंने किसी के पास
देखिए ये गलत बात है देखिए।
हाँ कह रहे हैं हाँ। क्यों बाबा बड़ा है तो किसी को बड़ा एक और हाँ एक और बाबा लास्ट भाई दवाई दे देना इनको
सिर्फ एक टपकती बूंद आपकी किस्मत बदल सकती है। घर में रखिए MC हमेशा।
डोंट वरी। आपको क्या लगता है ये टाइल्स का टूटना या उखड़ना छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम है। आप जब सीमेंट से टाइल्स को चिपकाते हैं तो ये टाइल्स लूज हो जाते हैं या फिर ऐसे बार बार गिरकर टूटते रहते हैं। जब टाइल्स टूटता है तो नया लाना पड़ता है। उसका खर्चा आपका दिमाग गर्म कर देता है। और सेम डिजाइन का टाइल्स ना मिले तो आपका घर घर नहीं म्यूजियम लगने लगता है। लोग तरह तरह की बातें करते हैं। इन सब बातों को सुन के दिमाग और भी गर्म हो जाता है। और जब आपका दिमाग गर्म हो जाता है तो हर एक बात पे आपको गुस्सा आ जाता है और लोग समझते हैं कि आप पागल हैं।
तू फिर से आज डॉक्टर बन गया?
पापा
अरे ले जाओ उसे। एक बात बताऊं, ये आदमी ऑफ जरूर था लेकिन बात 100% सही कह रहा था। आप है ना टाइल्स रॉफ से चिपकाइए, रॉफ की पकड़ में जकड़ है। लेकिन आप सीमेंट से चिपकाते हैं ना, इसीलिए सीमेंट से चिपकाने से क्या होता है, वो जो टाइल्स है वो गिर जाती है, और टाइल्स गिर जाती है तो वो टूट जाती है, और टूट जाने के बाद नहीं लानी पड़ती है, नहीं लाने के बाद नहीं ये बात पैसे करते हैं, पैसे के लिए क्या करना पड़ता है क्या नहीं करना।
तू भी डॉक्टर बन गया?
मम्मी मम्मी
सीमेंट से बेटर है रॉफ की पकड़, क्योंकि रॉफ में है मगर की जकड़।
We fought cases with the court also on these. But that's magic. That's magic. This is the brand that's become 850 crores in a couple of years of time. And I also believe that you guys are on a very good wicket because you're doing new things, which is attracting the image makers. 10 days back, I saw Carrot Lane associating with Titan. Titan brings in the image. They bring in a great product. You got both going. And I saw the valuation. I said, bloody hell, this is not a Carrot Lane, it's a Carrot Highway. And then yesterday I was watching television and I read about Sanjeev Puri wanting to invest money in some 45 new guys like you. So I think there is a magic in you. There is embrace that you need, that the world needs from you. And lot is ahead if you do not focus on only one thing which has been defined in the books. I don't read books. I read people. And I think if I read people and I read your business, I think there's a lot that you're going for you in the times ahead. Time's up by 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks all.
Customers across the world are buying from businesses around the world.
पहले ये लगता था कि काम तो अच्छा है, लेकिन पहुंच कैसे बनाएं?
Historically, tapping developed markets like the US and Europe has been extremely difficult.
इससे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी आपके पास नहीं है. You have access to lakhs and lakhs of customers at the click of a button.
जैसे ही मैं अमेज़न से जुड़ा, उसके तुरंत बाद मैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विक्रेता बन गया।
हमारी बनाई हुई बनारसी साड़ियाँ पूरे विश्व के लोगों को बहुत पसंद आ रही हैं।
This sets the stage for millions of Indian small businesses to cater to the global customer.
Thank you, Piyush ji, for that exciting session. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manesh Mahatme, and I lead delivery experience for Amazon India. I'm so excited to be here. Smbhav is such a great meeting of minds on how MSMEs can power this country's growth. And in keeping with that larger theme, I'm honored to host this very important discussion on the digital advantage, scaling MSMEs in the next decade. And joining me is a distinguished panel of speakers. Our first two panelists are leading voices in the MSME landscape and have been very instrumental in highlighting how digital can be an ally for MSMEs. Extremely grateful for their partnership with Amazon's public outreach teams. First, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Vinod Kumar, President of the India SME Forum. He advises various governments and international institutions like UNCTAD, UNISAR for strategizing and dealing with current issues and future challenges of sustainable livelihoods and economic empowerment.
He's got a file there.
Joining Mr. Kumar is Mrs. Khyati Naravne, CEO of the Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She takes charge of overall growth and evolution for the chamber and has more than 2 decades of expertise in areas including brand establishment, cultivating relationships, and strategic formulation. Our next two panelists bring in a unique vantage point of partnering MSMEs on their growth journey. We have Mr. Atul Mehta, the Chief Operating Officer of ShipRocket, India's first automated shipping software that aims to reduce e-commerce shipping to its bare bones. He has over 16 years of experience across P&L management, category management, product and sales. He also happens to be a dear friend and an ex-Amazonian. Finally, we have Mr. Gurmukh Sidhu, the Chief Operating Officer of Value First. He's been associated with the company for nearly 20 years, which partners the growth of MSMEs in India. Welcome all, and thank you for joining on this exciting session. Let me start with you, Vinodji. The MSME sector contributes to about 30% of India's GDP and over 45% of India's exports, right? While creating employment for about 11 crore people, which I think in terms of volume stands just next to agriculture. In fact, the growth of MSMEs is so critical for self-reliant growth of the Indian economy. Vinodji, can you share your perspective on on which specific sectors where MSMEs are making progress? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Manish. First of all, a warm welcome to all of you for being here this afternoon, and thanks to Amazon for putting this entire thing together. It's good to actually understand and learn from all of you, that have been talking the whole day, and obviously everybody else here. Well, some of you might be aware, or maybe all of you are aware, the fact that micro, small, and medium enterprises, the definition was changed some time back. So what happened is, with that definition, we no longer have a company which can be a small-scale industry, but we can have one self-employed person also as a micro, small, medium enterprise entrepreneur. Now, with that, and then the other side of it, where we're talking about a company with an Indian turnover of up to 250 crores. An Indian turnover of up to 250 crores is considered to be a micro, small, or medium in that order. So you have small is up to 50, micro is up to 5 crores. But the best thing about this is you have exports, which is completely out of this. So even if you have a turnover of 1,000 crores, in exports, you're still a micro, small, or medium enterprise. So that's the first thing. Now, to set the record straight, now going forward, we today talk about how many MSMEs does India have. And there's this constant discussion about how many people, where are they, and what are they doing. So if you factually look at the GST data, you're talking about 1 crore, crore and a half. Whereas, when you look at the entire sector, I'd still say 97% of it's still unorganized, which essentially brings us to the fact that you have less than 2 crores which are registered with the government on the Udyam registration, which is the platform where the government asks for people to register themselves and avail all the benefits. But on the other hand, when we talk about benefits and everything else, there's a huge number, and that number is almost greater than 10 crores, which is still not registered, which is still operating. Now, where are these guys? And what are they doing? We'll come to that. But let's look at the 2 crores first that are there, which are registered with the government and what they are doing. So which are the sectors these guys are in? And what are they doing? How have they fared in the last few years? Automotive, one of the leading sectors in India. High technology use. They use the latest processes, equipment, technology, because we have a lot of international companies which have joined up with local SMEs. So what you found is small companies that used to be SSIs 15, 20 years back, today are very, very large. So have turnovers exceeding 5,000, 6,000 crores each. So this sector has seen a huge growth, I'd say. Now, Simultaneously, when we look at pharma, again, a very, very important sector, does very good in exports and all of that. Third, when we look at agro and food, again, a very, very important sector. You've had hundreds of brands being started every day of people that were basically into the B2B segment but are now becoming D2C brands. So a lot of that is happening. And then you have sectors like textiles, where we may not be at the forefront in the entire world, but where we are still pushing because of various constraints, and the government is also working on all of those, trying to push it forward. The one sector which needed a lot of, I'd say, support, which has not happened in the last 25, 30, 40 years, is village, agro, handicrafts, SHGs, that sector, which is rural in nature, where you have people working by hand, there's no implements, there's hard, age-old techniques, mechanisms that they use to produce. And that by far is the biggest sector that still is looking at moving forward. But with that, I'd like to share some numbers. I was given some numbers by my research team. And these numbers may be something, maybe some of you are hearing those numbers for the first time. The first number is that 78% of all manufacturing in India is done by micro, small, medium enterprises. So whenever these GDP numbers come up, I always get confused. Because I say, where are these numbers coming from, and do we actually have the data? And if people have brought that data out, do they actually know how? 63% of all services are micro, small, medium enterprises. So these are two major sectors. The third, in the morning, I think there was discussion on retail and how that industry is moving forward. 87% of all retail in India is micro, small, medium enterprises. Even the fact that you have Amazons, Flipkarts, and everybody else, all the modern retail, multinationals, everybody. But 87% of Indian retail is still micro, small, medium enterprises. These are the guys that are running this. And one very big number that most of us keep on talking about, but we are not very sure as to what it is, and there are various figures that are quoted. 64% of all Indian export is done by micro, small, and medium enterprises, and this the government also does not know. I mean, they don't know a lot of things, but this is one of them. So I hope I've answered some of your points in your question.
And thank you for that really insightful perspective. Khyatiji, in your perspective, what are some of the challenges that SMEs face while exporting? And as Vinodji said, export is a large part of how MSMEs view their business, and how can the government help overcome some of these challenges?
So thank you so much for this question, and I think before even I start to answer this, I would like to thank Amazon for inviting me. And I would especially like to mention here that the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry had a 1.5-year MOU with the Amazon, where we reached out to a lot of tier 2, tier 3 cities and got the enterprises over there onboarded. So I would like to first thank you and also acknowledge the public policy team and the marketing team for supporting us. So thank you so much for that.
Very grateful.
And coming back to your question, it's a known fact that we have an ambitious project to reach $2 trillion economy for exports, and this is only possible if there's much more collaboration between the central government and the state government. And when we talk about bringing in or enhancing the exports, I think a lot of enterprises needs to come out from tier 2, tier 3, district level, the self-help group, the artisans, the clusters that we are talking about. So this is the key, and I think to look at India as a global brand or a trusted partner, I would like to put my answer in 3 different verticals. One could be awareness. The state and the central government needs to come out with many more awareness programs, but that's one. That is something also the chambers and the associations we do. But when we talk about quality, when we talk about the warranty, when we talk about the handling of the shipment, I think these are the areas that the SME needs and hand-holding. Besides this, I think the second vertical, which is very, very important, is the infrastructure readiness. Now, when we talk about enterprises coming from the tier 2, tier 3 or the district level, there's a lot of connectivity that's the need of the hour. Look at the example of Telangana, and we are a landlocked state, and in spite of that, we are the pharma capital of India and the IT hub. So what happens is, when we're talking about being a pharma capital, the connectivity, the road, the railway, the warehouses, the inland container depot, the air cargo connectivity, all that really matters. And this is one of the factors which leads to cost of doing business. So this is a very, very important area which we cannot miss out if we need to enhance the exports, especially from this district level. And the third vertical is technology. Now, we've all heard the buzzword of digitization and digitalization and digital transformation. So everyone knows we're talking about the digital transformation. Now, we've all spoken about digitization and digitalization, but I think now is the time for the SMEs to digitally transform themselves so that they can increase the capacity and cater to a much larger audience or the consumer market that we talk about. Besides this, I think the government through ODOP or ECGC schemes and few other schemes, they have been doing relatively good job, but then in terms of bringing out, the biggest challenge that I see is the hand-holding that an MSME needs at every level, be it quality control, be it the infrastructure readiness for cost of doing business, or be it the technological transformation.
No, thank you so much for that perspective. And you know, there are so many of these very inspiring stories. I mean, just one example is this, seller called Indocraft, who's actually, which create this very handmade Indian, very traditional items, and they are selling from India all over the world. And these are, so inspiring, but just speaks to how much more is possible, right? And this is a very good segue based on what you said about how can we handle specifically on infrastructure and technology. And I'm going to come to you, Atul, because this comes right up your street. We heard from many speakers in the earlier sessions, right, that digitization is key to transformation, right? And just to make this real, I mean, what would be the key opportunities that get unlocked for MSMEs, through digitization?
Sure. So thanks, Manish, for that, and thanks, Amazon, for having me here. I think the first and the foremost, and maybe I'm repeating, but I'll still say it, I think digitization democratizes access and reach. Right? Today, a seller sitting in a remote corner of the country can have access to customers across the country. He can compete with the biggest of brands in a shelf space, which digitization has enabled him to do, right? In the digital world. He can compete with the biggest of brands on advertising or on social to be able to get their message across. So I think democratizing access and reach is not limited by where he or she is sitting physically and can reach out to a much, much wider base. The second one, I think, is on how digitization has, say, improved efficiency, ease of doing business. We talk of it in the context of government, but I think there's a lot of work which has happened outside. Kathy talked about operations and logistics being a challenge. Compare the country 5 years back and today. You have so many enablers making it so much seamless for an SMB merchant to ship nationally. Talk about payments. 5-6 years back, for somebody starting their business, just the thought of how am I going to collect payments was so overwhelming. Talk about communication. You have now communication solutions to enable SMBs to be able to reach out to their merchants, remarket, retarget them, inventory management for somebody who's doing offline business. So all these tools, I call this the enabler ecosystem, which has developed over the years, backed by digitization, has, I think, really helped the SMBs in scaling. And I think the third one is just on increasing the surface area of SMBs and SMEs. Today, We have 30 to 40,000 shopping carts in the country outside the marketplaces. US has 4 million. That's 100x. Right? The journey is going to happen because today it's easy for me to get a GST certificate. It's easy for me to set shop. It's easy for me to list my products on marketplaces and start selling. And if I want to start selling directly, it's become easy for me. So I think all this, if you look at it, has been enabled by solutions, digital solutions. Yes, the pace, a lot of these solutions started off catering to enterprises, but I think we've seen the industry gravitating towards helping the MSMEs and building for them, keeping them at the heart of what they are building.
No, thanks for this very, very insightful perspective on challenges. And coming to challenges, Gurmukh, you've been part of a very successful digital business and nearly 20 years now. And based on your own journey, can you talk to us about how MSMEs can navigate some of the challenges they face in adopting digitization, right? And how they can leverage technology and digital tools to understand and embrace digital and adapt to consumer needs?
Yeah, I think the major challenges which we have seen MSMEs adopting this is that they obviously have limited resources. Let it be people or funds available to them. Obviously, they have limited resources to actually do this digital transformation that we are talking about. I think the second is that lack of skills that they have or awareness about the possibilities which are there. It's happening now, it's starting to happen, but I think where we are is just a starting tipping point, as you also rightly mentioned. So I think that's another thing, that the individuals there or even the business owners are really not that tech savvy or digital savvy as to what all can be digitized and how. So I think that's another bit which is really crippling it. Second is, the third bit is, I think, resistance to change. The way they have been doing business in a certain manner, I think that's one area which they don't want to really change. That's a mindset thing which is there with the owner or with the individuals working around. So I think that is there, the way the processes are running or the entire thing is running. So I think that continues in the same manner. And I think even if you cross few of these hurdles, then the latest thing, I think everyone in the room would have seen Jamtara, the Netflix series. The cyber security and the cyber attacks, that becomes a big problem as to how you secure the consumer and business data. So I think all of this is just too much of hurdles which are there in their minds as of now. And then lastly, I think the infrastructure. There are regions, there are pockets where technology and all these facilities or tech infrastructure, internet is not really accessible, which actually impedes the possibility of doing all this. So I think that really creates a bit of a roadblock for it to flourish at a much faster pace. And I think the ways to navigate what we have seen is that I think they should look at starting small, not really trying to really do a landscape kind of change at one go, but pick up maybe one or two key areas which they think can really create an impact. Maybe a customer engagement that they want to start with, or inventory management that they want to start with, and really start small and take baby steps around it. The other bit is getting the skills going, training their employees and the teams about all the digital technologies which are available. And today, I think there are workshops which can be done online. There are a lot of tools available. I think if that happens, I think the entire workforce gets enabled to enable this. And the other bit is, I think, collaboration and networking, which can be another area where you be part of industry forums or part of associations and network with people who actually have already handled these challenges. They've already crossed those hurdles, and they've actually way ahead in the value chain. So I think that learning can happen from the peers who've actually done that already. And the other bit also is that it can be a gradual adoption. Again, the same thing. It'll ensure that you start small, some bit of changes, don't do a complete process overhaul, do one change in one area, implement it, and that will also take care of the resistance to change which is there. It's not that at one go you want to really change everything, but go one by one and do that. And I think the other two important things is, with the cloud infrastructure available today, I think you don't need to really invest big time into hardware straight away. You can use for your software, data storage, backups. you can straight away use, straight away the cloud technologies and actually not start big investments. And I think all of this then gets taken care of quite a bit.
No, so thank you for that. And this resonates so much. I mean, at Amazon, we've had to partner with sellers and along their journey, whether it's about imaging, whether it's about support and finding an ecosystem of partners to help them, traverse this journey and digitize them. Khyati ji, one very important stakeholder is the government, right? And it has a big role in bringing together digitization and MSME growth. Can you talk about some of the policy measures that the government has undertaken already to enable MSMEs to adopt digitization?
Sure. So it's a known fact that MSMEs contribute to up to 33% of the GDP, and government stakeholders are the key enabler for that. And I think every government, whether it's state or central government, has been very, very focused on how do they empower the MSMEs. And MSMEs by themselves are very, very agile, and we have seen whether recession or during the recent pandemic, we have seen them come out very, very strong, And digital transformation again is going to play a major role in that. In terms of some of the policies, I would like to highlight a few policies that the state government of Telangana has undertaken, which is one of the success story and much spoken about. They have initiated in 2014, which is called TS iPass. And this is totally digitized policy where a unit, if he wants to set up his unit in Telangana, all he has to do is apply online. And the best part about it is, if you don't get a response in a day, 1,000 rupees is levied upon the officer who's not given the approvals. And the second best thing is within 24 hours, if it is not approved, if it is not responded, it is deemed to be approved. So come on, tell me which government has come out with such proactive policy. So that's a much spoken about policy. Also considering the fact that Telangana is a IT hub of India, and we have all the big players in the IT with the second home in Hyderabad, and also of course Amazon has its entire setup, I think, in Telangana. Then besides that, we have also seen a lot of innovations that has come out from Telangana in terms of the government themselves acting like a private player and setting up establishments such as T-Works, T-Hub, V-Hub. Now these are all the agencies that work towards empowering innovation and technology. So this is a very, very forward-looking approach. There's also an open data policy where MSMEs can again leverage those data-driven analytics for their own growth and understanding the consumer needs and demand. Besides that, I think definitely the central government has come out with the Digital India, which also has helped the MSCs to further enhance their capacity. I think one area which we need to really probably jointly request the government is to also, under the capacity building program of the Ministry of MSME, reach out to those district level, because we have seen the metro cities and they really don't need those kind of support as in we see in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. And that's where I think government now needs to focus more on. Of course, there is one district, one product policy which is already there, but then how much of it is successful is really not known at this stage. And that's where I think the government now needs to focus, and that's going to be more on the skilling or the capacity building for the smaller enterprises.
No, thank you for sharing all of these initiatives and support structures for MSMEs. And but Vinodji, it's a long journey, right? It's a long-term project, and it should also enhance the sustainability for all stakeholders, and that's super critical, right? And so, what strategies can MSMEs adopt, right, to ensure sustainability in their digitization journey?
See, you remarked about long term. Let me tell you 2-3 things. I work with Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and a couple of other countries, and they are all behind us as far as fintech is concerned. Every one of them is wanting to figure out what the hell do we do in UPI? How can you not use a MasterCard or a Visa or somebody else? And how can you get a transaction done in a matter of 4 or 5 seconds? Now, that is the first thing which our MSMEs have, why they have sort of gone to this entire new world of let me accept money online. A lot of them are still taking it in their savings accounts, but that is besides the point. The point here is you've got to a point when you said, I am going digital, I'm going to accept money. Second point of this is, when you look at sustainability, I'd like to ask this audience, if you guys are okay, if you're not too sleepy, can I ask you a question? Excellent. So a show of hands for anybody who has a family member who is 25 or less. Not many. So a lot of you are young. Thank you. So essentially, how many of those that are 25 or younger do they go to a shop these days? Absolutely. Anybody? No? Yeah? Most of them are on their mobiles. The other day I told my son, I want to buy a big television. I have a big wall, and I hate the mural that is on it. Can I replace it? He said, yeah, we'll figure out. Give me time till the evening. I'll tell you where to buy from. By the time I came home at 5, we had a big, really big television in the room. So I was like, you didn't even wait for me you didn't even ask me. And he's like, no, but it was available. I found the best price, I found the best specs, and I got it. I ordered it. Now, and he's been like that. My both daughters are like that. And I see a lot of young people are like that. Now, who else but the young people are customers for the next generation? Which essentially means if any of us are wanting to future-proof our businesses, we do not have a choice but to go digital. Because that is where your next generation customer is. The customer is no longer, at a place where you're hoping he'll walk into your shop and then you will show him all the great things that you have. It's the other way around. The customer wants you to reach out to him or her, show them what you have so that they can make a conscious decision. Okay, I will consider this ABC, and then if I feel like, I may go and buy at the shop. But I've heard, Gurmukh was talking about this, resistance. I've heard so much of resistance in the last 10 years, but thanks, I shouldn't say thank you to whosoever brought COVID in, but I had loads and loads of SMEs rushing to us and saying, what do we do? You've been talking about digital for so long, but now we are stranded, we don't know what to do. So what did we do? We said digital, A, B, C, D of digital, this is the 5 things that you need to do. And you won't believe, we had, I think, 1,700 women out of the 7,000 that are part of our membership, all of them going online, and almost 80% of them shut down their shops because they had higher yield from online. And I keep on telling them, Arey Baba, why are you shutting the shop? Keep it, na? She says, no, I can't afford the rent anymore. Why should I do it when I'm making more money? It's a drain on my resource. I don't say this so everybody should shut down your shops. Please don't. But I'm just telling you what happened. And then we had a lot of businesses which completely went online. Completely went online. And to the extent that all the people, we have 98,780 odd members today, as on date, 100% of them are online. If a member applies for a new membership, if anybody wants to apply as a member, we say, do you qualify in these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters? And do you have a digital strategy in mind for the near future? If you don't, we'll say you are a subscriber and we add you to the list of another 12.5 lakh people that we have. Because we know it will take time for us to take you to the next level. And if we can't help you, you can't help yourself also. So if you don't go digital, and this, I'm really, really thankful to the government. We talk about the entire infrastructure for digital. How can your son, daughter, anybody today use the mobile and get into, stream a whole film in a matter of download a film in a matter of 7, 8, 10 minutes. It's because you have this infrastructure which is available. We should thank the government for that. A. B, all the schemes that they have. I don't know how many of you remember, 10 years back, we used to go to the local district office and tell them, can you give me a special certificate saying I am a small-scale industry? It's completely online. You used to spend 40, 50, 60,000 rupees. It's completely online. There's no registration in municipalities for your offices. You can do it online. There are a million things which have gone online, and this government is bent on clearly reaching out its services, whatever they do, to people in every part of the country. And why I said so earlier, you see, look at the Prime Minister, what he's doing now. We've had, the most backward of the people. We talked about the guys that are handicraft artisans and village enterprises and all of that. We've had more than 6 schemes launched by the government. The first of them was the Mudra. Everybody was saying, who is getting this money? Nobody knows. But I know, I can tell you. I work with self-help groups across India, and I can tell you there are millions of them that have got funded. So from a group where they don't know what to do with the money, they play with the money like a kitty. This month 2,000 less, third, it happens in Telangana, it happens in Andhra Pradesh, majority of the women. But what happens now, this woman gets the money, so she says, I'm not going to be part of this kitty anymore. I am going to set up a stall on the highway and I'm going to sell something. She got the money for it. Now, all of this has happened at the rural level. I've had, on the other side, if you look at this, what has happened with FPOs. For 50 years, we had this huge thing on our heads. Amul is a great success. But nobody built on it. We have one Amul, and that's it. But do you know, there are more than 8,000 FPOs across the country that are trying to get wherever they want to. But nobody has helped them all these years. But this Prime Minister decided that I'm going to go down to that audience. And I feel the next 10 years, it's not just about fintech. You will see India at the forefront of everything in the world, looking at his vision and what he's wanting to establish. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And Gurmukh, as Vinodji said, I mean, it's a journey, and one thing super critical is we have to take everyone along on that journey, right? And so, what are some of the key actions that MSMEs and other stakeholders can take to encourage more participation from marginalized communities and get them to the formal economy?
I think it's really fostering inclusivity is very important. I think reducing inequality, I think that will be key going forward to make this mainstream. And I think I'll give you an example. We recently onboarded an MSME, and I think I can name it. It's called Earth Fintech, and they actually give loans to women entrepreneurs. And 50,000 rupees loan is given without much credit checks and all of it. The similar example to what you were saying. So 50,000 rupees given to a woman entrepreneur after doing the due diligence and checks. And then obviously they're doing different businesses and they get onboarded to the platform, bringing in financial discipline and all of it because it's happening through this tech platform. And I think all these artisans and rural retailers and even farmers actually having this opportunity to utilize these funds and become mainstream and be able to sell anywhere. I think that's going to be the key which is going to drive this going forward. So I'm sure there are many more organizations like Earth which are actually there who are doing this kind of a work, but we worked very closely for the last few months with them and really realized as to what they were bringing on the table. So I think that's really bringing the entire thing together.
Awesome, thanks. Atul, I'm going to come to you now for a very important part of the MSME journey, right? As India continues to be the world's fastest growing major economy, one of the key drivers of growth is exports, right? And the logistics sector has a key role to play. And can you speak to some of the opportunities that the logistics sector has opened up And also, another interesting part I'd like you to share is, what would be your top 3 things you'd want to tell entrepreneurs and business owners in the audience who, aspire to tap into the digital opportunity?
Sure. So I think on cross-border and logistics, I think the fundamental shift which has happened with the advancement in logistics infrastructure is the reduction of entry barrier to entry, right? Like drop shipping, where I don't need to actually look for a warehouse in US and ship my products, and I can ship from my warehouse in India, is a reality today. You have players who are shipping from India to US in 5, 6, 7 days at reasonable cost, not like the DHLs of the world, which is super expensive, which forced everyone to have some setup across countries. So I think that has really helped enable a lot more merchants become a part of the cross-border opportunity. I think interestingly, if you even look at the opportunity of cross-border, our MSMEs are better placed to win that, because it's not that access is a challenge across developed world, right? It is about specific niche products which these MSMEs are able to bring, right? So I think both the dropshipping and actually what they have as an offering should drive cross-border for MSMEs in a big way over the coming few years. I think as a word of advice, I'll say first, it sounds very intuitive, but and I've heard it in Amazon multiple times, keep the customer at the heart of what you're trying to build, right? Like digitization, while it helps SMBs, it also has multiple people talking to the same consumer.
Yes.
So unless and until you have a very sharp insight and a value prop of who you are and what you stand for, and that can come only after talking to your customers. So focus on spending a lot of time meeting your customers, understanding their needs, what they need, and building around it. The second, embrace enablers. We as Indians are wired to do a lot of stuff ourselves. We do not want to take help. Everything I want to do myself, right? Try to look for partners. There are partners who will help you in your journey, talking from a context of e-commerce enablement, in stuff around payments, logistics, inventory, communication, so that you can focus on customer and keep customer at the heart of what you are building. And I think third, we talked about UPI enablement, we talked about the challenges. I think the ecosystem owes to the SMBs to build it in a manner which is easy to use.
Very correct.
A lot of solutions which we build, typically the ecosystem builds is enterprise backwards, not SMB backwards. UPI worked because it was easy to consume. You tell a Kirana to do a 3-day onboarding, UPI will not work. And hence, push people around you, whether it is marketplaces, enablers, to make it easy for you in your journey. So these are the 3 advices I'll have for everyone.
Thank you for sharing that. And if there's one thing that we've discussed so far, is the common thread is optimism. And thank you for sharing your optimism about the space and how MSMEs can power our growth. And on that very optimistic note, we've come to the end of this conversation. I'd like to thank all of you for all your insights. Super grateful for making the time. And thank you, audience, for patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you. I always say this, what India is making, nobody else in the world has. We need to follow like that.
I was wondering.
Hi, I'm Minari Shah, and as a part of Amazon's international owned content team, my job is really to bring alive the rich and complex stories about Amazon that all of our audiences, our customers, our partners, employees, policymakers care about. One of the most important stories for us is really that of sustainability. I'm delighted to have here with us Kara Hurst, the Amazon VP for Worldwide Sustainability. Kara has a really important task. She has really the responsibility of leading the way for how is Amazon decarbonizing. How do we really reduce the environmental impact? And really, how do we safeguard the planet for our future generations? It's a complex, long task, evolving task, long-term commitments, and really it's about something that matters not just to all of us here at Amazon or those who even interact with us, but really for the entire planet. So Kara, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thanks for having me and having sustainability on the agenda here at Smbhav. It's really exciting to be in India. So.
Kara, let me kick it off with a really personal question. You've been doing sustainability and roles around it for a long time, most of your career. What really led you into this field, even when before perhaps it became so fashionable to be in sustainability?
Yeah, it's funny to think about it as in fashion. For me, it's really the critical issue of our time. And I have been doing it for many decades now. What it started out for me was really about thinking very much about how society and the private sector intersect to bring all the resources. I've worked in NGOs, I've worked in politics, and thinking about coming to Amazon and motivating all of the ways in which we operate, the businesses in which we have across the world, the industries that we're in, the geographies that we're in, and thinking about how do we, with our customer obsession, really turn all of that innovation, inventiveness, our focus on science, on data, towards the climate crisis and towards making the world a more sustainable place for our customers, our employees, our communities where we operate. It's very exciting. And so I'm just thrilled to be able to do this work at Amazon and to stretch into all of their different partnerships around the world.
If there's perhaps one area where collaboration counts, it's sustainability. But how do you really put in context what we're doing at Amazon vis-a-vis what's happening in the industry? And how do you do this at the scale and complexity that's Amazon?
Yeah, so one of the things that we have been doing at Amazon for a long time is looking at the science. And in 2019, we took a commitment to the Climate Pledge, which is our commitment to be net zero carbon by 2040. And so that was a big step forward for us. And the reason that we did that for Amazon was to set that long-term intention to begin to drive all of our businesses towards being more sustainable, towards net zero carbon, but also to hopefully invite and inspire others in the industries that we work in to come along with us. Because one of the things that we know about climate change and sustainability work in general is that we really cannot do this alone. It is absolutely a collaborative effort. So one of the things that's exciting about the Climate Pledge right now is that there's now, if you look 4 years after we founded it, there are 400 other companies that have joined us in the Climate Pledge, and they cross 55 different industries in 38 different countries. There's actually 9 companies here in India who have signed on to that commitment to be net zero carbon by 2040. And we're learning a lot together. As companies join, you gain access to technical expertise, to solutions that other companies are deploying. It's a place to come and bring your challenges. So there's a lot there that we're learning from each other and working on. I think it's one of the ways that we've really differentiated our approach is to have that bigger community that is really an invitation to collaboration. And again, we're also, I think, unique at Amazon in our mechanisms. So it's something that every long-term Amazonian knows is that we really try at the scale that we operate to create mechanisms. And so we look to operationalize sustainability throughout all of our businesses, which means our businesses are creating sustainability action plans. We're asking them for specific goals. around how they're going to decarbonize, how they're going to make carbon intensity reductions, and then we're putting those into play as a company and learning from each other internally as well. So this is a long-term commitment and something that we also work on every single day throughout the company.
One of those, major parts of those long-term commitments is really powering our operations with renewable energy. And I think we just announced that about 90% of our operations are now powered with renewable energy. So could you tell us a little more, like what would it take to really get to 100%? And also what are we doing here in India about this?
Yeah. Well, our commitment, again, when we announced the Climate Pledge in 2019, we know that we took a look across being science-based, across what are the biggest carbon levers that we can pull. And certainly one of them is our commitment, our longstanding commitment to renewable energy. So we made a commitment to be 100% renewable by 2030. And with many things that we do, we looked at that and said, actually, we think we can go faster. So we've now pulled that up to 2025, which is hugely ambitious on our scale. But I'm happy to share we're already at 90%. So we're running 90% of our global operations on renewable energy. And we do that through large utility scale power purchase agreements on wind and solar. We have 400 of those projects globally already. And we have 6 large-scale utility wind and solar farms here in India. It's about 920 megawatts. We also utilize energy storage, so battery storage. When the sun is not shining, the wind is not blowing, you want to be able to capture that energy and store it, so we're investing in battery storage. And then finally, we also utilize all of our own buildings. So on our fulfillment center rooftops, we have projects, and we have 43 of those here in India for 23 megawatts of power. So it's a large-scale effort. And again, we share what we know with companies who are learning in this area. We are joining organizations like the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance and other types of organizations where we share information about that. We work with policymakers on grid modernization efforts and a number of other initiatives so that not only are we procuring power in a way that's additional to grids, but we're also advocating for those grids to be modernized and for renewable energy to be abundant, really, everywhere that we're operating.
I think the scale of this is pretty amazing. And the other area, I think, where people are watching Amazon with quite a bit of interest is kind of fostering the demand around electric vehicles and our partnership with Rivian. And we also made a commitment in India to deploy 10,000 electric vehicles by 2025. So how are we progressing on all of this?
Yeah, and I should have mentioned too, with the renewable energy, just to give you a sense of the scale, we are the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy in the world, and last year set a record. And I say that not really, to give you the size of the scale of Amazon, but more that it's so important for larger companies and their value chain partners to send those kinds of demand signals. That really does tend to move markets. And it's a similar thing to what we're doing with electric vehicles. So for many years, we knew, again, where our carbon impacts are. They're in our transportation and logistics. They're in our buildings. And so when we look across that, we think about what are the changes, the operational changes that we can make. And we know fleet electrification is one of those changes. And so we were having a hard time finding vehicles, procuring vehicles that would work for us in the ways that we needed to operate. So we worked with many different car companies, but we weren't finding what we needed. And in 2019, we decided to send a very strong demand signal to the automotive industry. And along with the Climate Pledge, we announced we were ordering 100,000 electric delivery vans from a company called Rivian, with a goal to have all 100,000 of those electric delivery vans on the road by 2030. So that really, sent what we would call a shot across the bow to that industry, that we were sending a very strong demand signal, and we really wanted to have vehicles that we could put on the road. We wanted, again, also in the conversations we were having with policymakers, we wanted to have the conversation about the changes in infrastructure that we also needed to see and that we thought communities would also benefit from. So if you fast forward again, 4 years to today, we have thousands of those vehicles on the road across 800 different cities. And that's great progress, and we'll continue to do more. And then here in India, we've made a commitment to having 10,000 vehicles, and we already have 6,000 of those on the road, again, across hundreds of cities. So we're really trying to do this at scale. And we work with multiple different OEMs. We work with Mahindra, and we work, with many different companies here in India. We have also a commitment to put up to 1,000 of these middle-mile trucks on the road. Eichner, I believe there's one still outside that you can go see. And that's another great commitment to different types of mobility, different types of solutions that we want to see and we want to procure at scale.
I'm, by the way, going to be looking out for your picture with the truck. But yeah, I mean, I used to be with the auto industry, and I know there's a lot of excitement with the large auto companies in India for the work that Amazon's really doing in this. But taking a little slightly different track, when we talk about being customer obsessed, customers say they want a very sustainable world, but they don't necessarily behave in a way which shows that, because they just want their packages delivered yesterday. So how do you really look at this? Like, what does that really mean?
Yeah, well, of course, we're, as been mentioned many times today, being customer obsessed, we know that customers want a wide selection of products, and they want them fast. One of the really interesting findings, again, from our science and data perspective, was that most often, actually, our fastest delivery option is our lowest carbon option. And that's counterintuitive to a lot of people when you think about why would that be? Most people don't connote that speed and sustainability are friends. And they think that delaying is maybe a better option. But really, a lot of that has to do with the way that we optimize and place inventory in our network. It's really interesting when you think about, some of the things we've talked about, making the large changes. If we want to, for example, build buildings with different materials, with low carbon concrete, with green steel. That's a great way to abate carbon in our operations. If we want to electrify fleet and change over from internal combustion engine vehicles to electric vehicles, or potentially vehicles running on green hydrogen, those are great operational changes that we can make. But another operational change that we can make is when we think about the algorithms that we run on and how we place inventory within our system, and then getting that inventory close to a customer. So I want to give you an example that we think about as a vision from a sustainability, from our team and sustainability, how we would think about serving the customer. So if a customer orders an Echo device, what we would want to see is that Echo device was manufactured in a facility that was net zero, meaning that facility was built with green steel and lower carbon concrete. And then we would want to transport that. I loved hearing today about all the rail partnership that we have, and certainly that's a low carbon modality that we can transport product on in that initial transportation phase. And then we think about the packaging that it goes into, and we want to zero out that packaging. And I'll talk in a second about what the packaging improvements have looked like. And then when it arrives at the customer's doorstep, we're hopefully, we've optimized that inventory to be very localized to the customer, and we're able to achieve that last mile in an electric vehicle or a fully sustainable way. And then we actually are purchasing power, renewable power, on behalf of our customers to cover the entire use phase of the device. And we're doing that today. So that means during the lifetime of that device in your home, we've purchased renewable energy to cover that. And then we want to give you, from a circularity perspective, good disposal options or renewal or refurbishment options for that device. We have businesses that will repair and refurbish devices so that they can be resold and have a second life. Or if it's ready to be disposed of, we want to give you the best way to recycle and dispose of that device, and on the back end, take all that back. So we think about this very much from a life cycle perspective and all of the different ways in which a product that we produce would be, fully sustainable through that life cycle. The packaging in particular, if I can focus on that for a minute, has been a really interesting story for us because it's what our customers see and touch and feel every day. It's what we hear a lot about from our customers when they think about the sustainability impacts of Amazon. And we've been very much hard at work in both elimination of materials like thin film plastic elimination here in India. So we've got 100% elimination on that. We also, though, have been working to make the other materials in our system fully curbside recyclable or recyclable in general municipal systems. That's very important to get at the root cause of those materials. But even more important would be how do we facilitate the logistics to send a customer an item without any overpackaging or boxing? So we have programs called Shipped in Own Box or Shipped in Own Container, where we're actually fully eliminating the Amazon packaging from a product. And so that's a new experience for many customers around the world where they just receive a product without any Amazon packaging. But really, we are able to do that and not damage the product. One, by making packaging changes to the primary product packaging, and two, by making changes to our logistics. So we've open sourced a lot of that. We've developed a product packaging standard called ISTA 6. We've given it to packaging labs, again, trying to collaborate and share in that way because we want the packaging to be right-sized. We want the product to arrive undamaged. So we've taken out, since 2015, about 41% of the weight of our shipments. That's 2 million tons of packaging. And so these are big numbers, and they make a huge difference both in our materials usage, but also in the customer's experience. They have a lot less waste to throw away at the end of the day.
I think those are some really insightful points about also how is really, how you're operationalizing and bringing it right into the business decisions. But do you often run into a challenge about balancing the sustainability goals with the cost? And, how does business respond to that, and how do you really balance that?
It's a great question. And I think that, again, I think these constraints and cost constraints included drive innovation. So we take them as a challenge. And everything that we're doing, again, is science-led at Amazon. So if we're taking out, if we're right-sizing packaging and taking out 41% of the weight per shipment and taking out 2 million tons of packaging, we're saving a lot of money by not having to procure those packaging materials. So that's a savings. If we're running our buildings on, building management systems that are creating energy efficiency opportunities within those buildings, and we have energy savings as a result, and we have benefits from procuring renewables, that's cost savings to Amazon. So many of the things that we do are actually beneficial to us in terms of cost savings. That's not to say that there's not certain premiums that we're willing to pay right now or that we want to make investments in, which certainly happens in sustainability, but we also see this in a very long-term view. So one of the things we did in 2020 is we established the Climate Pledge Fund. It's a $2 billion venture fund where we invest in early-stage decarbonizing technologies. And we've made 22 investments out of this fund to date. And one of them here in India, Ion Energy, which is an exciting company. But we have companies ranging from regenerative ag to electric vehicles to electric aviation. We've done one test flight with a fully electric airplane. We have, just really interesting electrolyzers for green hydrogen, kind of a full range of these that we're public about, and you can read about where we've invested. And some of those will be, may not work out, and some of them will be hugely successful. But I think thinking about this as a long-term also issue that you invest in and you catalyze. If you look at the solar industry, I think that's a great example of where solar was not at cost parity with other energy sources, going back a decade. All the investment that we've made, the incentives that we put in, the public policies we put in to support solar make it at cost parity now. So we really see this whole area of clean technology, sustainability, green tech as a huge opportunity for us to continue to invest early and for us to have some cost savings. on behalf of our customer. We should be doing this on behalf of our customers and on behalf of our communities so that they are cleaner and more livable and healthy as well.
That really takes me to my next question, because I know that we're doing a lot of investments in kind of operationalizing sustainability across our business, but I know that there is also a deep focus on how do we kind of work with the communities, and especially, being here in India, which has such a rich biodiversity, like how do we really kind of ensure that we can work towards that with the communities, the ecologically sensitive areas? How are you thinking about all of those?
Yeah, well, I'm really excited actually to share today some of the work that we're doing in this area. We have a Right Now Climate Fund, another thing we established. It's a $100 million fund where we invest in nature-based solutions, preservation, conservation efforts around forests, wetlands, peatlands. And one of the reasons we did this, again, to pivot back to the science, is because when you read the IPCC reporting, this is a both-and solution. So we need to decarbonize as a business, and industry needs to decarbonize. We need to abate carbon, we need to bring it down, we need to make operational changes. But we also need to preserve and invest in nature. We will not, as a planet, remain below 1.5 degrees. We will not remain in a sustainable, space if we don't continue to invest in the nature that currently exists on this planet. So the Right Now Climate Fund was established to invest. We've done a lot of projects in consultation with the Nature Conservancy globally. We've done projects all over the world, and we just announced that we are putting $15 million into the Asia Pacific region and $3 million specifically into India. And I can share with you today that we've got our first project, which will be $1 million investment in the Western Ghats region, which the jewel of India. There's it's a UNESCO heritage site. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the rich biodiversity that exists in that site. And we're working with a great organization to work with thousands of farmers. The overall project is going to serve 10,000 farmers. They're going to plant up to 1 million trees. Our contribution will serve about 2,000 of those farmers and plant, I think, about 300,000 trees. And really that's going to create a forest barrier between this conservation site and the farmland. And there's many economic and social and environmental benefits to this work that we're doing. So the trees are selected to be indigenous, and they provide an economic benefit. Many of them will bear fruit. They will eventually maybe bear timber, and it's a regenerative project. So we love this project that it's providing both the environmental and social and economic benefits. We've also, this organization that we're working with, the World Conservation Society, is going to, I think, really provide us also with good data. It's very early on, so we're learning a lot in this, and there's good information that will come out. They're going to monitor the project with drones. They have a lot of postdoctoral research going on. We have indicators that we're collecting from the very beginning. So our investment in nature is it's not just philanthropic, but we'll learn a lot. We'll share that information and that data, and really, I think, contribute to preserving some important biodiversity here in India.
I love the fact that you're investing here in the Western Ghats as a start, and the approach that you're taking. And now, one of the questions that I think most people in the room might have, or many of the people who are watching online, there are people who are companies in different stages of their journey for sustainability. Some are just starting out, some are leading, some are midway through. If you had to tell them one or two things, what would you really like to tell them?
It's a great question. First, I'd say come join the pledge. If you can make that commitment to net zero carbon by 2040, it's a great community. It's an open party, a big tent organization where we want all kinds of companies, big and small, to come and join us and learn with us. And one of the things that we're doing now that we have over 400 big and small companies around the world in the pledge is that we're creating joint action projects. And we're doing those in the transportation vertical, we're doing those around product, and we're sharing information with each other, and we're getting to work on decarbonization efforts. There's no cost to join. There's only 3 tenets to the pledge. The first is you have to map, measure, and manage your carbon impact. Second is you have to decarbonize in your own operations first, so you have to make those operational changes. And third, where you have carbon emissions that you cannot abate through operational changes. You can use nature-based solutions, but they have to be real, permanent, and socially beneficial. So it's a great framework to think about if you want to get started, or if you've been, working on sustainability, but you want to take a leap into a really aggressive and ambitious climate target. We invite you to join the pledge. And the website is theclimatepledge.com. You can see who's in it. You can learn a lot about the initiatives, and I'm happy to talk to anyone here about it. So that's the first thing. The second is we need industry action, even beyond what we're doing in the pledge. We need a lot of industry action. We need collaborative action. So we are part of a number of different industry associations that have been set up around sustainability issues, and I'll talk about a few that I think are important. One is if you're in aviation, or if you are a company that uses aviation, the Sustainable Aviation Buyers Alliance is a great organization where we're working on getting more sustainable aviation fuel into airports and on a collective solution to purchase aviation fuel in the aggregate, a book and claim system. We also have, for those of you who are using ocean freight and maritime, we have the Zero Emission Maritime Buyers Alliance. It's another buyers alliance. And we're in that, and we're working with Maersk, and there's a lot of good effort going on there. Ports and the maritime industry, a huge sector for emissions, also very hard to make change in because it's a heavy infrastructure sector. So that's one that I think is a great one. We have COZEV for electric vehicles. We have the First Movers Coalition, which is another global coalition working on 8 hard-to-abate sectors across things like ocean freight, chemicals, built environment, steel. And so there's a lot of, I think you get the theme here, there's a lot of collaborative efforts that are happening throughout the world and are waiting for, if you are leading, absolutely we need you. If you can send a demand signal, we need you. But if you want to just learn, it is really a welcoming and open environment for people to come in and ask questions and understand how these issues impact. And the last I would say is, for many of you who have product that you're producing, we have a program at Amazon called Climate Pledge Friendly, where we are badging product, and we're doing this through third-party standards. So we took a look across our product catalog and portfolio, and externally at eco-labels. And it is something that our customers find very confusing. Maybe many of you do, who are looking for sustainable product. There are over 800 eco-labels out there. But we put our science team to work on this, and we managed those 800 down to about 420 that then we thoroughly analyzed and managed down to about 22. And we found those 22 to be highly credible and carbon abating. And so we've enrolled those standards into our program, and we add new ones all the time. And we are now badging product. So if you can go out and get, certified by one of those standards, depending on the product that you make, we will auto-enroll you and then highlight your product on Amazon, and we will give you the Climate Pledge Friendly badge. And this program has been growing to hundreds of thousands of ASINs over time. It's really exciting to see the impact it's having. Our customers love it. And they're now able to search very easily on our sites for Climate Pledge Friendly. So that's something that we're growing and we're bringing around the world, and we hope to grow more here in India over time. So really exciting things that we're doing that we hope to kind of expand and scale with all of your help.
Thank you, Cara. That was wonderful, quick, really, insight into some great business information and insights about how to manage costs, some really new, exciting initiatives for India, and finally a clear call to action. That was well done. Thank you, Cara.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
having
so
me.
much.
Thanks.
Wow, it's been a really, really fascinating day exploring the boundaries of what is possible, the boundaries of what is Smbhav, and to really get a sense of what is happening across the entire ecosystem. Now, where would be where would we be on Amazon Summer 2023 without taking a closer look at entrepreneurs? Because entrepreneurs are the people who are driving a lot of this. So before I welcome the special guest for this session, let's just quickly play something for you on what entrepreneurship is all about, especially in today's India.
The secret of making progress is to get started. India's startups haven't just propelled a nation, they inspired the world. Embedded with Amazon's Day One DNA, treating every day like the first, obsessing over customers, using bold innovation for high quality, high velocity decisions. Their ideas move India and we help move them. So let's meet the rock stars that are shaping tomorrow.
Why can't we make that cup of tea Ayurvedic with moringa leaves? Amazon has been critical success factor for us in the last 3 years. And going forward, we do believe that our growth journey is going to be intertwined with our growth on Amazon.
The best brands in the world actually tell you a story before they sell you a product. When you come onto an Amazon, everyone, be it a Me or a Nestle or a Kellogg's or a Unilever, everyone has the same tools, the same platform and the same wherewithal to tell their story and sell their products to consumers. They have the same access to consumers too.
It's been a decade of incredible progress that's only just getting started. So here's to the next 10. India ka Amazon. 10 साल प्रगति के नाम.
Right, so let's get some young entrepreneurs up. A remarkable group of young entrepreneurs are going to be telling us their story, telling us how they are shaping the future of India. So I'm going to start by inviting on stage Vedant Lamba, the founder of Main Street Marketplace, a platform for reselling sneakers, footwear, and other fashion goods from brands across the world. Thanks, Vedant, for joining us. Do come in and join us. Next up, Harsh Agrawal, co-founder of NEERX, a groundbreaking agri-tech startup revolutionizing climate-smart agriculture. Starting NEERX at just the age of 24, he's achieved remarkable milestones by leveraging innovation and digital solutions in agriculture. Our third panelist for this session is Nikita Balar Singh, the founder of Nexus Power, an EV battery startup that uses crop residue to make EV batteries. And finally, we have Mekin Maheshwari, founder and CEO of Udyam Learning Foundation, a non-profit that's enabled the entrepreneurial mindsets for more than 1.6 lakh government schools and ITI students across 8 states in India. It will be 16 lakhs actually. So thank you all so much for being with us. I'm going to go in reverse order. Try and understand your journey and then try and get lessons that everyone who's listening to this can try and copy. So why don't I go in reverse direction? Mekin, I'm going to start with you. Entrepreneurial mindsets. How do you enable them? Is that something you're born with or can you enable it? And can you enable it in government schools as you've done?
Yeah, so I'm a Marwadi by birth. Right, so
in your case, it's genetic. Now let's move on.
Some of it is genetic, right? But I actually don't think it's as genetic. I think it's the environment that you grow in. It's the sitting at the shop. It's talking money, understanding customers. I think all of that makes a lot of difference. So what we've tried to do in government schools across 12 states now, and those of you who are in Delhi can go and see this in Delhi government schools, is students doing real-world business projects, right? Where they come up with the idea, they go figure out that, oh, what is there a need for? And I can give you some examples of crazy things that students have done. And then they go build stuff and sell it. And that whole process in grade 11, 12, trying to do this, going out of the school, trying to talk to customers, figuring out ye kaise banega, and then making it happen, going selling. That whole experience is what makes you entrepreneurial. Right? So we believe in 3 core principles of learning by doing, in the real world, with your choice, with agency. in my opinion, and enough psychology research, like, hey, this stuff can make you entrepreneurial. Students have gone on to do things like a machine for detecting snakes in AP, right? That on a farmland in the night, walking out is dangerous without this. In Delhi, there are kids who've built a shop theft alarm system, which will call you if somebody tries to break into your shop. And they've sold like hotcakes. So these are kids who solve local problems around them, and they're fearless.
So one specific point that strikes me is the fact that you're doing this in government schools. Government schools have not always been known for innovation or the ability to do something very differently, or for the entrepreneurial spirit. At least that's the reputation they've had, perhaps unfairly. You're saying that government schools is where it's not that tough to do. You're doing it in Delhi.
So I'm a big believer of human potential, right? I think, like the ovarian lottery that decided where each of us are born, need not decide where each of us go, right? And just because these kids were born into places that did not give them the access and privileges that most of us got, shouldn't deny things. So that's where I start out. But here is evidence. Well, these are kids who've actually done this. And I think our academic system is a selection funnel. And on that, the government schools do fairly poorly, except for Kendra Vidyalayas and some of the Delhi schools, etc. But the areas I'm working on, government school kids are actually far more street smarter than my kids or your kids, who will struggle to do things in a market in Chandni Chowk on their own. Government school kids can go and figure this out because they do this all day.
Right, Nikita, let me just move to you because, EV battery startup that uses crop residue. Now, I live in Delhi, right? I live in the National Capital Region. I just read 2 days ago that crop residue or its resultant air pollution, which comes by people burning crop residue, is knocking 12 years off my life, so which is not that pleasant to read. So if you're going to be using it to make EV batteries, I think all of us are really interested. How are you doing it?
Interestingly, the idea began with this news that popped up back in December 2019, early 2020, that the AQI around Delhi NCR is terribly bad. And it's because people are burning crops once their harvest is complete. So we were at that point of time wanting to have batteries made out of alternate materials, which is not actually lithium. And then this news cropped in and we were like, if we can pick up that crop waste and make batteries out of it, I think we'll be able to solve 2 different problems at the same time. Fortunately, things worked for us the way we had envisioned them, the way we planned it. And that's how the entire circle for Nexus got complete. That we make the batteries out of crop residue. I would not leak out the entire technology. It's patented, of course. And it's under trials, so we are not really officially authorized to talk about it. But what we do is we use the crop residue as a structural raw material. And then we extract elements out of it. And what the concept we follow is called biomimicry. It's like mimicking how a human body or a plant would transfer their energy, store their energy into artificial batteries. That's the basic idea behind it.
So, okay, don't tell us the secret technology, but I'm curious about this because we've always been told you can only make EV batteries by using lithium and stuff like that. You're saying it can be done through crop residue?
There's plenty of research. It's not just crop residue. In fact, I'm sure people are aware, there's research on graphene, there's research of aluminium, all of it is away from lithium completely. So it's not that we are talking about some rocket science. People are doing it on their daily course of life, and that's how we are trying to do it as well.
All right, Harsh, what is climate smart agriculture?
So basically what has happened in the last 10 years is, climate has been shifting, but the practices haven't been shifting at that faster pace. So let's say if you start sowing the crop in maybe June or July, according to a calendar year, it wouldn't suit according to the climate that is changing. So let's say if the rains start in July, you are planting it maybe in July or August based on a calendar plan. And accordingly, you have to manage the logistics as well. You have to understand where the seeds are coming from, where the pesticides are coming from. So that has changed a lot in past 10, 15 years specifically. The temperature has been rising gradually. And all in all, you need an advanced plan, but a real-time plan. So climate smart agriculture basically enables that. We provide on-ground data based on the crop that you have in place. And our algorithms basically adjust or take in account all of the parameters from climate, crop, even farm practices. Because, you know, in previous sessions, we are talking about a lot of resilience coming in from customers. So I think farmers are somewhere on the India 3 stack, where, you know, it's a lot more difficult to monetize or even convince them of something or bring them to a new practice. But that is what we have been trying to do with climate smart agriculture, and government or even the partners such as AWS have had a great role to play in this specific agri stack that we are trying to build.
All right, Vedant, yours is it's slightly different, right? You're not necessarily trying to solve for air pollution, but it's a radical new business which is really taking off.
Yeah, I think I'm building the least noble of all things here. But, you know, that being said, I think India in general as a landscape is, and I think human beings in general sort of slowly discover that we live our daily lives doing rational things all in the pursuit of doing irrational things, you know, where, and I think we're trying to solve for things like that eventually just, that help people in...
So what are the irrational things that you're doing, right? You're getting people to resell footwear and brands. That's what you're getting them to do in the marketplace.
I mean, very simply
it's not that irrational.
Very, very simply put, we sell expensive things to rich people. And I'm going to be very honest, like, you know, most of the things that we sell, they're not worth the money. Like, you know, there's no real, like, and like everybody knows, you know, we're not lying. I'm not going to tell you that you jump higher.
I hate to break it to you, but this is going out on YouTube. Are you sure you want to say that?
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of it. We don't really have to sell
the people who are buying it know that it's not worth what they're paying for it.
They ask for it. You know, our job is...
Because it's irrational, because they're paying too much money and it's not worth it, they'll buy it more.
Because their friends are buying it. And their friends won't stop buying it. It's interesting, right? Because, I mean, we never really solved a complex problem. It was a simple problem. It was, there was a lot of demand for these limited edition products from around the world. And there was a good amount of it floating around in the market. And so all we really had to do was show up. And then people would buy it, you know? And when we figured that out, it simplified things for us. It's not easy, but
you started with a YouTube channel and then moved into a marketplace.
Yeah. I mean, when I learned about, like, the world of sneakers, I was like, this is an interesting space. I grew up not really, my parents are very sensible folks. So, you know, I was never really, it was never, a lot of privilege, but there was not a lot of, like, splurging. So I never really understood it, but I wanted to figure it out. And when I learned about this world of, like, sneakers and resale, and I felt like I was going down a rabbit hole. And when I looked up, I was like, well, there's none of it here. There must be a business to build here. And then I was like, we should start a sneaker store. And then it was like, you need money to start a store. And I was like, we don't have any money. So I was like, okay, we'll start with the YouTube channel. And that eventually became the store and so on and so forth. And today we sort of have a very solidified vision on building a marketplace for status symbols to sort of facilitate, you know, the social being of human behavior.
I think a lot of parents can resonate with that, kids trying to get them to buy sneakers, although I'm glad you're not wearing sneakers. So.
Yeah, otherwise, otherwise there will be mayhem.
There would be mayhem out there.
No, I think it's just not the kids, it's also the parents who are buying it these days.
They're the ones with all the money.
The parents are the ones who have to buy this.
Yeah,
it's
kind of
you know whom to
for
target
everybody.
this to.
We sell to everybody. We don't mind. Everybody, you have money, we'll take it.
Everybody rich.
Yeah, whoever has money, buy
we'll
it.
take it, man. It's all good.
Okay, so now that we've figured out what each of you is doing, let's try and derive some general lessons, if we can, from all of you. I'm going to start off with entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship at a young age. And Nikita, I'm going to start with you, because I think you started when? Were you in school or just started college?
We see, Mekin had just mentioned that it depends on the exposure. And I belong to a business family. So I've seen my father, my mother having their own companies, employees around, their operations all my life. So for me, that is what life is, you know. You study, then you grow up and you make your own company. That is how it was for me. I haven't really seen the service sector as such as a child, because technically nobody, even in my extended family, is into a job like a lifestyle. So that is what it was for me. And for me and my co-founder, we're twin sisters. So for us, that was life. You finish your studies, then you start your own company. And we were very sure, I think, since the age of 10 or 11, that we wanted to be entrepreneurs. And we wanted to be entrepreneurs on the sustainable point of view, from the environment point of view. So that's how I think we just got done with our 12th boards and we said, let's go ahead. What I did realize in this journey is that when you start young, you have absolute freedom and the energy to experiment with multiple genres. So, you have this time to work upon what you really want to do. And you also have the liberty to spend maybe a year and a half or two in understanding what could make money and what should be kept like a backstep idea for later. And fortunately, we had that time because we started freshly out of school. So we did our college courses, and during that journey, we kept gaining the insights of how business works and how it is beyond just going into a room and sitting on the chair. It's so much more that you have to see. So we landed time for ourselves because we started very young. And secondly, even today, I do not have liabilities on my head as an individual. I don't have to take care of a family. I don't have to take care of food that goes on my plate because I still have my parents taking care of it so far. And that, I believe, helps young entrepreneurs. It lessens the burden. You are not really stressed about earning the moment you step in because you know that your basic needs, roti, kapda, makan, is being taken care of. So you can go ahead and experiment.
Harsh, you also started off at 24, right? That's also really young. Was it scary to do an entrepreneurial journey at that young, or is that the way which a lot of people, at the age at which a lot of people are doing it now?
No, it's definitely scary when you start. It's really very scary. But, over a period of time, you realize, and it's an important realization that nothing is too big or nothing is too small. So at some point, some things seem, these are small things to do. In some cases, being an engineer, when we start, we say, yeah, selling is not, not the part of the job. It seems too small of a job to, do. But I think it contributes almost 80% of the job now. So in that way, a realization comes maybe a year or maybe 2 years after once you start. And at that point, you start realizing, certain things go in your way. And certain things would definitely block your way, but you need to climb those and move ahead.
Yeah. Just coming to you on that aspect of encouraging young people to take the entrepreneurial leap. Now we've all been talking about Startup India, and India is a country of startups, and a young must go and start up and the rest of it. And it's fine if you have some of the safety nets and cushions. I'm just playing devil's advocate out here. But for a lot of people, is it still the situation their parents are looking at them and saying, look, this is all very well, but you need capital for this, you need staying power for this. Maybe you should think about getting a job. We heard the minister earlier in the day saying there was to be a time, about 25 years ago, everyone said get a government job. Now, they're not saying that, but there must be a lot of parents who are still saying, are you sure you want to be an entrepreneur, or shouldn't you get a stable job first?
Okay, I'll start with data. Between 2014 and 2022, about 22 crore young people applied for government jobs. 7 lakh got them, right? So 21.93 crore young people, on an average, prepared for 3 years, 3 months, in the hope for a government job. So for most of India, right, government jobs remain the #1 aspiration. I think.
And is that because of the safety of it? The safety, the security?
I think it's a bunch of things, but the first and foremost, my read of people, and especially kids in government schools, is it's prestige, right? It's respect, right? Like, who do you want to be? I want to be the collector, because everybody stands up when the collector walks in. So I think the idea of respect and prestige, especially in a society where that's not easily available, depending on your caste, class, gender. And now I am talking about India that's beyond the cities and beyond the English-speaking class. There, this matters a hell lot. So that's an important piece. So let's not make the leap that, hey, everybody wants to be an entrepreneur just yet. A large number of people, the 21.93 crores who do not get a government job, right? Realize that, hey, there aren't really too many opportunities, and you are on your own. Now, you can be a construction worker and a daily wage earner. You can work in farms, or you can try and figure things out and do something of your own. A farmer is an entrepreneur, right? Or should be an entrepreneur. We've just not seen them or set them up to be an entrepreneur. A craftsperson is an entrepreneur, right? And it's just that the entrepreneurial spirit of what does it take for a farmer to employ technology, better finance, more marketing, more processing, to be able to create more value are not things that we have done. So as a country, our focus on productivity and growth has been fairly poor. And I think that, like, how can a farmer do 3x the produce, right? How can a craftsperson do a lot more? And I think that's where I feel young people can actually play a massive role. And I see them doing it in the projects that they do, that they are able to create technical advances around areas that they see, which makes things a lot more productive.
Vedant, to the people you're marketing to and you're selling to, and certainly in what you sometimes call the urban English-speaking sort of sections, where's the prestige and the status of working? It's not the government jobs there then. Is it working in consultancies, or increasingly is it becoming entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of enamor around the world of like entrepreneurship today. Everybody wants to sort of put that title, in their Instagram bio or whatever. It becomes fairly shallow also after a point. And I think people often lose sight of, building something real just to be able to look a certain way. But, I mean, that's okay. I mean, once you actually start doing something, you just get punched in the face so much, eventually you figure out how hard it is, and it loses all of that enamor pretty quickly.
Do you get punched in the face a lot, and is it hard?
My face is literally swollen right now. It's because I had an extraction, not because I got punched. But yeah, you get like, it's every day. You wake up in the morning and like, you're expecting it. You'll open your laptop, it's like, what went wrong? And you're just sitting there and like, I'm ready. If something didn't go wrong, like, it's Sunday. Like people are just off. But, that
so
resilience.
Entrepreneurship, you're saying, is harder than it looks.
Oh, it's so hard. And I think, a lot of us, you start early, and, especially if you have the privilege of like, a home and family, and, like so many people in the country don't. So I can't even imagine how much harder it is for them. But it took me some time to look back and be like, Jesus, like today there's 45 people who like, if I mess something up, there's 45 families to feed. And, I'm very lucky I can go home, but like, what about these guys? Then there's customers. We had one rough month when we grew 3x of our normal business and we scaled, but then our supply chain broke. And now there's 1,500 kids who have ordered shoes for 30,000 rupees who haven't got them, who are really angry for not getting them. That's a scary mob, young, wealthy kids, like terrifying. So, it's definitely not easy. It's heavy. It's heavy weight. It's a lot of weight.
Instagram also.
All of them have access to social media. Their parents, somehow every single person's parent is super connected. Everybody knows the Prime Minister somehow. It's like all of you can't know him. Like, I'm sure someone is lying.
I'm reasonably certain that the Prime Minister is not going to
not bothered about
somebody getting a 30,000.
But then, you can't say that to a customer. I really want to.
Next time someone tells that, you reply. I'm saying, I'm sure he's got other things to worry.
I don't think he'll care, but, sure, tell him that your shoes are 4 days late.
But this is so heartening to hear, right? I think I don't hear enough young people talk about the challenges of entrepreneurship. I feel like and despite me trying to teach entrepreneurship in government schools across the country, 12 states, 2 million kids, entrepreneurship is hard, right? I feel we've made it super sexy and super cool, but as a result, I know of people who had the founder CEO title but had no substance, and beyond a point, they could not face their family, right? And that failure is very hard for us to मतलब founder के बाद promotion क्या होता है?
No, but I think the key is to really get comfortable with failure, right? If
Exactly.
You can be okay with that.
But people say that, and that's something which people say they get comfortable with failure, but I don't think enough entrepreneurs or people wanting to get into the space realize how much hard work it is. Would you agree with that, Nikita?
Absolutely.
Hard
Absolutely,
to
because
disagree.
there are plenty of times when we go ahead and interact with students. It happens that your school calls you back as an alumni to talk. And when you listen to people in the hall, they have absolutely no idea how hard it gets to actually go ahead and step into that world of entrepreneurship. So actually, the audience is mostly divided into two sides, I would say. One who is aspirational, but isn't willing to go ahead and do it because of multiple reasons, whether family support or finances or whatever they have in their mind. The other who is super excited but doesn't know what to do exactly. So you just step in and they say, I want to be an entrepreneur, but what do you really want to do? They don't have a clue. So the thing with, I believe, entrepreneurship and specifically young generation is that it is slowly turning into a status symbol, which is not what it is supposed to be looking like.
You know, and I mean, I was just seeing it on X the other day. Somebody says 30 tips when you want to be an entrepreneur. Don't start a company, don't start a company, don't start a company because they're not a buck. It's a lot of, if you're able to pull it off, then obviously the rewards are also very high. But one of the things I want all of you to weigh into is young people and even not so young people getting into it, sometimes there seems to be a sense that they believe that all you need is a good idea. I have a good idea, it means I'm a successful entrepreneur, my business is fine, and I'm now a unicorn, I'm going to make $1 billion because I have a good idea. Having that good idea is probably, what, 0.00001% of the entire game? Would you agree with that?
Yeah. So on idea level, I think that is the worst level to be. So initially, it may seem it's an idea problem, but it's not. 99.99% is about, from idea you move to a product. From product, you move to a people's problem. Then from people's problem, you move to a growth problem or maybe a scaling challenge. So idea is...
So you just take us that through again. That's a really good way of putting it. So take us through each of those stages in a bit more detail, and I'll get everyone else to weigh in on that.
So, in the current environment, like idea is worth nothing. It's merely peanuts. You go and even pitching to a VC and you are saying that I have this idea in mind, he would love to see the execution, not the idea. So from idea, the next step is you do a market test or you do a prototype in hardware or in both software or anywhere. Even if you are reselling sneakers, I think the good way to start is, let's say he started a YouTube channel just to understand, how the market would perceive it. So then from idea, you move to a product problem. How will you distribute it? How will you market it? And what is the acceptance? So at certain percentages where you are confident that, the percentages the market is reflecting on the product would create a good value at a people's problem. Then you start hiring a lot of people. Based on your common goal, based on your common aspiration, then it becomes a people's problem. And then once you have a lot of team in place, then comes or kicks in the responsibility, like he was saying. I have a 45-member team or 100-member team. I have to feed all of them. Now comes the responsibility part. I have to scale it in such a way that, in any X day, I am able to feed them. And they are also with me because they also want to grow. So internal growth versus external growth becomes a challenge at that point of time. We still are at a very starting stage maybe. I couldn't comment much more on that. Mekin would be able to add something on this.
Talk to us about that journey, where the biggest hurdles essentially are, the biggest challenges are.
Yeah, I think ideas are a dime a dozen. For those of you who are interested, Paul Graham wrote this back in like 2001, right? That, hey, ideas are worth nothing, execution's everything. And it's been out there. I feel even the idea of being centered around an idea, I feel is broken, right? It has to start with a customer. Like, I go to a lot of engineering college. Okay, I used to be a techie in my past life, ran tech for Flipkart. I would go as a jury to a lot of engineering colleges for hackathons and startup competitions. And my first question to most of the engineers, and sorry, I'm an engineer, but would be that, hey, how many customers have you spoken to before you start building this? It's like 0, right? Because I know this will work. And I'm like, that's the problem. Right? That unless you start with a customer, start with a set of people who you are going to serve, and you pay attention to them and you understand. And building a business is about serving customers. If you cannot serve customers well, there will be no business. So that, in my opinion, is like the basic starting issue. After that, I think the stages that you've laid out are actually reasonably accurate. Depending on whether it's a product business or a services business, you can go much faster.
Between the customer and the idea is whether sometimes you need the technology, you need the help, you need the know-how of how to do it. Is that where there's a fair amount of support now from CSIR labs and other labs that are coming in to do it?
See, challenges are different in different stages and also for different people. I would emphasize for different genders also, because women in technology gets very, very difficult. The first thing you have to do is convince people that you know what you're talking about, and that's not just hard as a person, but emotionally draining as well. But as far as support is concerned, there are plenty of CSIR labs and research organizations who step forward. And what they solve is a basic problem of having too much finances to actually buy the machines and equipment. So the CSIR labs have the machines, but not many people to use them. If you have a product, you can tie up with them, and you can go ahead and use their machines and equipments, and then you can build your product. That's the kind of support that the government gives. Must be different for every state, maybe the country as a whole. But we have come across plenty of these labs throughout our journey, and we still look forward to collaborating with more. And I'm sure these kind of support for particularly deep tech startups and people who are interested into research and development, it's a proper boon. You don't need much of money. You just have to sign an MOU and you can do your research without actually physically owning those equipment, which is brilliant.
The next step, of course, is when you are going out and you're selling and you're marketing. And here's where the challenges, I guess, will be very different, urban to rural. How you're selling in urban India, very different to how you're selling in rural India. Which part of India are you selling to? Are you selling to India 1 or India 1A? Very different to if you're selling to India 2 or India 3, which don't have that purchasing power.
So it's very important to understand, so digital penetration is always there. For the past 4, 5 years, 6 years, it has almost 10x maybe in the India 3 area. In India 1, India 2, it would have been maybe 2x, 3x. So it has increased a lot more in the India 3 area, but we need to talk about the monetizability of that. How would you eventually monetize them, or how do you even sell to them? So one thing we have understood is they want to feel the presence of the product. They want something which is tangible. Even in terms of delivery or maybe logistics, when we talk about this logistics, to create a trust, maybe a simple purchase slip is something which makes a lot of difference to them. Not maybe in India 1, India 2. You would be happy with a e-bill, but they won't be. They would be looking forward to something which is tangible. So when we introduce a technology onto the farms, we do have physical sensors that need to go onto the ground. They don't just trust the crop level or crop model data. We have to put in some infrastructure of sort to actually build that trust. And that trust factor, because they do have a limited amount of money that they would be willing to spend, and they fall at the very base level of the Maslow's hierarchy, where they are still fulfilling their needs, they are still feeding their stomachs. So it's a complex market to be in, and it's combination of both physical and digital world, and if you have the right intermix of it, it works really well.
Slightly different challenges, I guess. Is it easier if you're selling to India 1A?
I mean, it comes with its own set of challenges. I don't think selling anything is really easy. It's the hardest thing, and it's an important thing to pick up on. But I'm sure, we are blessed with a lot of privileges in terms of consumer understanding, and they come educated with the product. But, everything, has its own. I realize, when we're talking about the ideas, and I've seen that this is basically from where news spreads in India, right? It spreads on WhatsApp messages. So everybody's looking for an idea that will fit in a WhatsApp message. It's they just did this, and they just made a website to do this, and everybody's looking for the easy thing to do. But, I think real value will only come from doing the larger, harder, complex things. And I think that's something you only discover once you start trying to build on that. And once you start selling also, you start saying to India 1, you'd think, oh, these guys know they want what shoes they want. It'll be really simple. But then you see that, some Haryanvi dude will come back saying his shoes are stained, and now that means they're fake. And if you don't refund them, he'll I don't know, call the Prime Minister. And then, you'll be creating a scene. And there's different sets of challenges. I don't think either are better or worse. I'm sure you guys have a lot harder things to deal with. But it's tough for us here and there. We figure it out.
All right, I'm afraid we are flat out of time. Please put your hands together for them. They're doing really exciting range of activities. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
okay. Hello, everyone. Namaste. Good evening. Long day for everyone? Yes, okay. So I have the unenviable task of trying to summarize the day for all of you so that you remember what all you covered during the long day. So when I think about this day, to me this is one line: India, the digital opportunity. That's what Smbhav was for. Okay. We had a host of speakers, very senior, distinguished folks, and they covered a few things which would tell us why India is the big opportunity for the future. The first thing they told us is about how India is having a rapid pace of the internet adoption. Okay. And not just internet on a machine or a laptop, but internet on in your hand as a mobile. That was the first thing. The second is we have a very young population, okay? Sub 30. Most of the other economies, they are growing much older. The third thing is that we have rising income levels and an ecosystem of startups which is led by a lot of people here, and that's what is making this a great opportunity for India in the next 8 to 10 years. And when I think about it, it reminds me of what Jeff Bezos had told in our first original Smbhav. And I quote, 21st century is going to be India's century. Okay? And when I look around, that quote stands true today when it's not just e-commerce where India is breaking new ground, but it's like things like Chandrayaan, the great landing on the moon. Can everyone give a clap for ISRO? Okay. Thank you so much. So this is India's century, and I'll quickly talk of some of the things that some of our speakers covered of what will make this India's century, and what did some of the speakers cover. So Manish started with how India and Amazon are now closely interlinked. Okay. Amazon has become India ka Amazon over the next 10 years, and we are here for the next 90 years to make this even closer partnership. Amit and Russ, they spoke about our commitment to India and how over this journey we are going to enable 10 million SMBs, enable 20 billion of exports, and create 2 million of jobs in India by 2025. But that's just the next 2-3 years. There is tons of more things to come over the next decade and over the next century. As we look at really rapid pace of growth, we heard Kara talk about how this has to be sustainable, what are the initiatives we are doing to create a future that is going to be resilient, inclusive, and responsible. In the interim, Honorable Minister Shri Jitendra Singh came, and he talked about how the government is partnering in all of this, how the government is really recognizing the significance of digital, and how they are doing multiple things to make India a big digital economy. Post that, some of you, and I really liked Piyush's session, really talked of how SMBs can use digital and brand building to really create organizations which will survive 100 years. That was a very inspiring session for me. At the end of all of these, if I have to summarize, to me it sounds like India is a center of innovation, entrepreneurship, led by people like you who are there in this room, and you would be the engineers for the growth of India in the next decade and the next century. So thank you for that. At Amazon, we want to be a part of this journey of India becoming a $1 trillion digital economy, and we are here to invest the long term by creating innovative technology like LLMs, etc., to serve millions of sellers and customers across the country. I truly believe that together we can make it happen, and as we say, Sab Smbhav hai. That's why we call this event Smbhav. In the end, I would like to call upon and thank the organizers who have really braved the last few weeks to set up this event for us. So thank you to all of you. Thank you for making this up. And I would like to thank the audience. You were really patient. You really participated. I know there are a lot of people who sent questions, who were looking at the live stream. So thank you for being really involved in all of this. and all the best for the rest of the day, and see you all next year. Thank you so much.
ख्वाब के लाखों परचे अपनी झोली में भर के करने चला ये तय नई सड़कें। प्रगति है जिसमें उस सौंधी सी मिट्टी में बोए इसने पौधे सफर के। आईटी की ताकत साथ में ले आया और दुगना भरोसा कमाया। पेड़ बना ये पौधा सर चूमा आसमां का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। पहुंचा जहां जहां भी वहां वहां सजा दी है त्योहार वाली लड़ी। ऐसा हुआ ये अपना संभव हुआ हर सपना, दिल इसने बटोरे कई। अब मिट्टी से इसका नाता जैसे बाती और दिया का, ये दिल से हुआ इंडिया का। नन्हे कदमों से चलकर जो बड़े रास्तों पर है, जोशीले से ये साथी बड़े निडर हैं। विश्वास मिला है इनका अब आसमान छू लेंगे, हम तारों के आगे चलेंगे। पूरा किया हर बात